Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. My name is Kawasaki Akiyuki, Professor of Institute for the Future Initiative, the University of Tokyo. I will take the role of the MC for the opening ceremony. So now we begin the opening ceremony for the International Conference on Science and Technology for Sustainability, Transforming Society to Become Resilient and Sustainable Beyond Catastrophic Disasters. This conference is hosted by the Science Council of Japan, co-organized by Japan Hub of Disaster Resilience Partner, National Research Institute for Earth Science and Disaster Resilience, endorsed by Disaster Management Bureau, Cabinet Office, Government of Japan. First, I'd like to welcome Professor Kajita Takaaki, President of the Science Council of Japan, for the opening remarks. Professor Kajita, the floor is now yours.
Oh, sorry. Once again. Distinguished guests, colleagues, good morning. On behalf of the Science Council of Japan, I'm honored to welcome you all to the International Conference on Science and Technology for Sustainability 2023. As an organization representing Japan's science community, encompassing humanities, social sciences, life sciences, physical sciences, and technology, the Science Council of Japan has continued to study the design and realization of a sustainable society. The annual International Conference on Science and Technology for Sustainability has been held as a crucial part of our efforts since 2003. This year marks the 100th commemoration of the Great Kanto earthquake, and it is the midpoint for implementation of both Sendai Framework and 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The theme of this year's conference is Transforming Society to Become Resilient and Sustainable Beyond Catastrophic Disasters. According to WMO, the number of weather, climate, and water-related disasters has increased fivefold in the past 50 years and has become more serious than ever. This spring, Turkey and Syria experienced a devastating earthquake, and this summer, many parts of the world were hit by disaster-level heat waves. Many different academic disciplines need to be involved in disaster management research, and they need to work jointly beyond the boundaries of the field of expertise. The Science Council of Japan has been collaborating with a networking organization of 56 academic societies involved in disaster management, jointly cooperating with government authorities in the event of major disasters in Japan and disseminating comprehensive countermeasures. In order to achieve sustainable development, we need to minimize the impact of disasters and strengthen disaster resilience. That is, the ability to overcome and recover from damage. As UNDRR stated in their report, resilience, after all, is a key connector between climate change, disaster risk reduction, and sustainable development. There are high expectations for academia to support the realization of such a sustainable, resilient, inclusive society. I believe that the significance of convening a conference on this theme is to meet these expectations. To this end, let me express my earnest hope that there will be fruitful discussion at this conference. At the same time, I sincerely hope that the symposium will serve as an opportunity to improve the understanding and awareness about disaster risk reduction among the general public. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Kajita. Next, we have a guest speech from Mr. Goto Shigeyuki, Minister of State for Economic and Fiscal Policy. So, Minister Goto, the floor is now yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Goto Shigeyuki, Minister in charge of the Science Council of Japan. It is a great honor for me to offer greetings on the occasion of the opening of the International Conference on Science and Technology for Sustainability. This international conference has been held almost every year since 2003 by the Science Council of Japan, inviting distinguished experts from Japan and abroad to explore solutions to the global challenges of our time. This year, on the occasion of the 100th commemoration of the Great Kanto earthquake, I understand that the theme of the conference is transforming society to become resilient and sustainable beyond catastrophic disasters. In recent years, we have been facing unprecedented crises with extreme weather events occurring on a global scale and natural disasters becoming more frequent and severe. There is an urgent need to build a resilient society that can minimize damage and rapidly restore socio-economic activities in the event of such crisis. In March of this year, a joint statement on climate change and resilience against related crises was also issued at the G-Science Academy, where the G7 national academies submitted policy recommendations to the G7 summit. I believe it is most beneficial to engage in continuous discussion on this important topic based on scientific knowledge. Science, technology, and innovation, including use of digital technologies, played an important role in disaster risk reduction and response. Collaboration between industry, academia, and government is essential for the development of science, technology, and innovation. The Japanese government is also promoting science, technology, and innovation through public-private partnership under the concept of new form of capitalism. Today's conference has a wide range of stakeholders from universities and research institutes, as well as the public and private sectors from Japan and abroad, and international organizations. I hope that today's conference will be meaningful, where the diverse knowledge and experience of various countries and regions can be shared, and where positive discussion can lead to find solutions to the challenges we face. Lastly, I would like to express my best wishes for the success of today's symposium. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister Goto. Next, we have a guest speech from Mr. Tani Koichi, the Minister of State for Disaster Management and Ocean Policy. Minister Tani, the floor is now yours.
Go 紹介いただきました防災担当大臣の衆議院議員谷公一です。持続可能な社会のための科学と技術に関する国際会議の開催にあたり、一言ご挨拶申し上げます。ご参加の皆様におかれましては、日頃から防災行政の推進に格別のご理解とご協力を賜り、誠にありがとうございます。今回のテーマは、壊滅的災害に対してレジリエントで持続可能な社会の変革、社会への変革です。今年は先ほど後藤大臣からお話がありましたように、1923年大正12年に発生した関東大震災からちょうど100年の節目にあたります。関東大震災は近代日本の首都圏に未曾有の被害をもたらした我が国の災害史において特筆すべき災害です。振り返れば、我が国の災害対策は、関東大震災をはじめとする大災害の教訓を形にすることで強化されてきました。とりわけ、関東大震災では、火災による死者が多く発生しましたが、その大きな要因の一つとして、建物が倒壊し、火災による延焼が拡大したことが挙げられます。このため、関東大震災を契機として、耐震設計基準が設けられました。そして、その後、私も経験いたしました阪神・淡路大震災では、基準を満たさない建物に被害が集中したことから、耐震診断、耐震改修が進められました。また、まちづくりからの観点からは、関東大震災の被災地において、延焼を防ぐための区画整理や街路整備が行われました。一方、その整備する対象エリアが限られていたこともあり、戦後の復興の中で密集市街地が各地に形成され、その解消は今もなお課題となっています。この100年間で我が国を取り巻く環境は大きく変化しています。気候変動等による自然災害の激甚化、頻発化により人的被害や経済被害が増大することが懸念されています。また、人口減少と高齢化、空き家の増加も大きな課題です。私たちは過去の災害の経験や教訓を生かすとともに、環境の変化にも適切に対応しながら、災害への備えを強化していく必要があります。世界に目を転じると、気候変動等の影響により、日本のみならず、 世界各地で自然災害が激甚化、頻発化しています。もはや一国の災害の影響は、その国だけにとどまらなくなっており、さらなる国際連携の強化が必要です。折しも本年は、2015年に我が国で採択された国連の仙台防災枠組みの中間年にあたります。後半期の推進にあたっては、各国が一層連携し、相互の知見と経験を持ち寄り、2030年の目標達成に向けて共に歩む必要があります。結びとなりましたが、今回の会議の開催を通じて、壊滅的な災害が生じても、それを乗り越え、よりよく復興できる社会の形成に向けて、国内外の英知を結集させ、有意義な議論がなされることを記念して、私からのご挨拶とさせていただきます。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you, Minister Tani. So, Minister Tani and Minister Goto are leaving now. So, thank you very much. Next, we have a ceremonial address from Professor Komatsu Hiroko, President of Japanese Red Cross Kyushu International College of Nursing. Professor Komatsu, the floor is now yours.
It is my great honor to address you as one of the planning members of the International Conference on Science and Technology for Sustainable Society 2023 to solve the difficult problem that we face, such as environmental destruction that is spreading on a global scale. It is necessary to use the accumulation of the scientific knowledge to realize the sustainable development. The Science Council of Japan has been holding annual conferences on specific issues related to sustainable development in recent years. The purpose of these conferences is to reflect on what Japan has experienced learned in the 100 years since the Great Kanto earthquake, together with the experience of countries and the region affected by huge earthquake, tsunami, and cyclones, and to share the path on this information with the international community as a source of inspiration for international cooperation. On the past 100 years, the global situation and environment have changed dramatically. In recent years, with the COVID-19 pandemic and Russian invasion of Ukraine, various potential risks have emerged and have spread throughout the entire world due to the globalization of the society. Indeed, the world in which we live is in the midst of crisis of life, livelihood, survival, and humanity. In times of crisis, I believe it is essential to develop risk education and care for crisis preparedness and the development of sustainable society. My university, located in rural Kyushu, has experienced a major disaster in the past, including in the neighborhood. Students study nursing based on the humanitarian principle of Red Cross and have initiated numerous volunteer activities for disaster prevention and mitigation, and passing on this mission of their younger colleagues. They are creating the wisdom and the connections by creating the disaster risk map with the local senior students and conducting the evacuation drill for senior students with the dementia, using the power of mutual neighborly assistance. In this way, activities that protect people's lives and dignity are cultivated through the accumulated experience of caring, interacting with the people around us. Rigorous disaster or major infection disease crises are transitional and multiple. Therefore, there is a need for opportunity to learn about the risk and the disaster preparedness from a global perspective. We have developed a program for learning about disaster nursing with partner universities abroad. Indonesian students learned disaster nursing together with our students this summer. They visited the remote island in Fukuoka to explore the characteristics of the disaster countermeasures in both countries, and then studied the disaster prevention and mitigation in the area. By exchange opinions with each other from the different perspective, students from both countries had the experience of discovering issues and the solutions that they could not have seen on their own. In other words, they have an opportunity to reflectively examine disaster prevention and mitigation measures in their own countries. I believe that reflective learning in diversity is essential for risk education in the future. Now Japan is a super-edge society, and I believe it is necessary to create a system to transform the rich wisdom of the older adult for the development sustainable society. We have conducted the research on the zest of life of the oldest old. We found the psychological characteristic of the oldest old. Despite the inevitable rapid decline in their physical function, they have transitioned towards maturation of their inner devils, maintained personal control, and enhanced their health and well-being, while showing concern for others. The older adult positive acceptance of themselves, their daily sense of small happiness, and their ability to thrive their own way are the zest of life that have helped them overcome many disasters. We need to create policies that reflect the wisdom and values of the older adult for transformation towards a resilience and a sustainable society. I congratulate you on successfully holding this conference and hope the exchange of diverse opinion will result in meaningful message towards a future society in which all life on this planet can thrive. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Komatsu. Next, we have a ceremonial address from Professor Kuriyama Shinichi, Director of International Research Institute of Disaster Science, Tohoku University. Professor Kuriyama, the floor is now yours.
Well, thank you for your introduction. And good morning, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start with the story of the discovery of a 100-year-old treasure, as reported by Japan Broadcasting Corporation, NHK, on September 1st. This treasure was found in a small village called Plymouth Notch in Vermont, USA. It was a bundle of 744 thank you letters sent 100 years ago from Japan high school and college students to the President of the United States and Coolidge, who was the President of the US at the time of the Great Kanto earthquake, heard the news of the disaster, and without a moment's hesitation, he carried out a private appeal for large donations to support Japan. At the time, Japan-US relations were becoming strained over the issue of Japanese immigrants and their interest in mainland China. Despite this, President Coolidge made a quick decision and called for a fundraising campaign through the American Red Cross with a goal of $5 million, which eventually more than doubled the amount of money. In response, an organization called the Japan Students Association called on high schools and universities across the country to collect letters of thanks. The bundle of letters has now been released by Chris Jetta, President Coolidge's great-grandson. The letters were all written in a masterful penmanship. For example, some were frank in expressing gratitude. Others noted that they were teaching in barracks because their school building had collapsed. A research team from our institute discovered these for the first time in 100 years. I believe that true humanity transcends national borders, no matter what time of year it was. A catastrophic disaster like the Great Kanto earthquake could happen anywhere at any time, for example, now. And if it were happen now, the economic loss would be equivalent to the amount of Japan's annual national budget. But who'd be able to cover such an enormous loss? One way to minimize this would be through international collaboration. I believe it is our responsibility to make the budding humanitarian international cooperation that has existed for centuries more systemic, profound, and robust. Needless to say, this should be done after making efforts to reduce the amount of damage as much as possible by enhancing investment in disaster risk reduction. Ladies and gentlemen, we are determined to meet society's expectations. We'd like to work more and more in cooperation with you all to enhance disaster risk reduction research for a safer society. Finally, we will continue our activities with the aim of setting disaster risk reduction as a standalone goal in the post-SDGs to be decided in 2030. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Kuriyama. Next, we have a ceremonial address from Professor Nakakita Eiichi, Director of Disaster Prevention Research Institute and Deputy Executive Director, Kyoto University. Professor Nakakita, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Distinguished guests and gentlemen, I'm H. Nakakita, a director of the Disaster Prevention Research Institute of Kyoto University. It is an honor and a privilege for me to be here to welcome you to the International Conference on the Science and Technology for Sustainability 2023 under the very apt theme of transforming society to become resilient and sustainable beyond catastrophic disasters. As you know, Japan has a long history for combating with natural catastrophic disasters, especially great earthquakes. These leads to unprecedented disasters such as fires, structural damages, collapses, tsunami, and not to mention the loss of lives. The natural disasters have no border, no timeline. We are enduring an increase in number and magnitude of natural disasters impacting our lives. It is becoming a major obstacle to achieving the sustainable development in all fronts. So it calls our attention to be fully prepared at all times to face such emergencies and disaster situations. The great Kanto earthquake with a magnitude of 7.9 struck off the southern coast of Kanagawa Prefecture 100 years ago on Friday, the 1st of September in 1923. As the ministry already mentioned, the nearly 105,000 people punished by the fires that followed. The fire spread rapidly, and a third of the total number of the people who perished were burned alive. So we was able to watch the TV program at the NHK especially yesterday as a revision version. So since then, Japan has experienced the two other major earthquakes, the Great Hanshin Awaji earthquake in Kobe with the magnitude of 7.3 on the 17th January in 1995, and the Great East Japan earthquake and the tsunami, including the consequence of the Fukushima nuclear accident on the 11th March 2011 with a magnitude of 9.0. Above all, the Japan, just like it is called the land of rising sun. It is quite old statement, but it's just joke, okay? Or we should say the pioneers in the disaster prevention research has recognized the significance important to disaster prevention and mitigation, and has risen above these hazards by taking measures to strengthen the disaster management system and build the resilience against the disaster. Japan's efforts are not limited to the country alone, but also by sharing and spreading its experience, lessons learned, and expertise with the rest of the world. So Japan has contributed and introduced a few of the UN frameworks on the disaster risk reduction. For example, the Yokohama Strategy and Plan of Action for Safer World in 1994. The second initiative was the Hyogo Framework. So this was adopted at the Second World Conference on the Disaster Reduction held in Hyogo 2005. The third initiative, as well as you all know, the Sendai Framework, which was endorsed at the Third World Conference on the Disaster Reduction held in March 2015 in Sendai. At the Disaster Prevention Research Institute of DPRI of Kyoto University, we have taken the fundamental approach to saving lives from the catastrophic disaster as all lives matters and build resilience among the community to put a smile on people. We engage in leading and increasingly important research effort in natural disaster reduction science for not only the earthquake, but also for the climate-related disaster too. So through our principal approach to the reduction of the hazard and to the extent possible catastrophic disaster, we established a methodology for disaster risk reduction on the basis of natural and social sciences and pass these on the next generation and the generations to come. Today, we are gathered here to recognize the centenary of the Great Kanto earthquake and with a heavy heart, remember its devastation. It is also a reminder for us to combine our efforts and urgently to withstand the hazards and the catastrophic events that are increasingly and frequently thrown at us, and to spread the word of awareness to disaster prevention among our communities. I take this opportunity to wish you all participants and organizers a successful and fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Nakakita. So next, Professor Koike Toshio, Executive Director, International Center for Water Hazard and Risk Management, and Professor Emeritus, the University of Tokyo, presents the outline of this conference. So Professor Koike, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As the chair of this conference, the subcommittee, Science Council of Japan, I would introduce the objectives and also the structure of this conference very briefly. The objective, concerning the disaster in the past and those in the year ahead, it is evident that the society across the world need to enhance their capacity to rebuild from the catastrophic damage and transform themselves into society better able to recover, even when this results in significant change in the state of the nation. On the occasion of the 100th anniversary of the Great Kanto earthquake, it is important to reflect Japan's experiences, its own experiences and support from various countries, and its accumulated knowledge over the past century. Alongside the lessons learned by the experiences of the other countries and regions affected by massive earthquake, violent tsunami, and giant cyclone. Our goal is to share these valuable insights with the international community and transmit them efficaciously to the younger generation with the aim of fostering the international cooperation. To address these objectives, just after my talk, we would invite the Professor Hayashi, chairperson of the IRDR subcommittee, IRDR, Integrated Research on Disaster Risk under the International Science Council, IRDR subcommittee, Science Council of Japan, for his offering the keynote speech. After that, we will discuss under the two themes. Theme one is the experiences of catastrophic disasters and transformation. Theme two is the pathway to overcome catastrophic disaster. Under the theme 1, we will have two sessions. Session 1-1 will focus on the Great Kanto earthquake and recovery. Session 1-2, catastrophic disaster, and international cooperation. We will learn from the lessons in other countries. Under the theme 2, we will have a 3 session. Session 2-1 will focus on our science, projected catastrophic disasters. Session 2-2 we will discuss how to transform society to overcome future catastrophic disaster. And in the session 2-3, we will discuss about science and technology for supporting social changes. Our colleagues, the young and mid-career researchers, has been discussing for making a research plan addressing these topics. We will have the report, the current, updated report from the young and mid-career research working group. And all of the output will be integrated at the integration session, chaired by, moderated by Professor Imamura, Tohoku University. And the output of the integrated, the discussion at the integrated session will be submitted to the high-level panel session. We do expect the various comment on this, our output from the integrated session from the high-level panel members. And then in the closing session, we will summarize the Tokyo Statement to 2023. This is the structure of the 2 days the conference. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Thank you, Professor Koike. Now, we have a keynote speech from Professor Hayashi Haruo, Professor Emeritus, Kyoto University. So, Professor Hayashi, the floor is now yours.
Good morning. Actually, I'm going to talk with this title, and this title comes from a recommendation published by Science Council of Japan on August 29th this year, just last week. And the preparation of this recommendation was made by the joint effort of 3 subcommittees. I have to memorize. Okay, the first one is the subcommittee on IRDR, as Professor Koike mentioned, where most of the people in this room belongs to. And the second subgroup was a subgroup on advanced infrastructure. These 2 subcommittees belongs to a committee on civil engineering and architecture. We have a third subcommittee named Subcommittee on social contribution to Earth and planetary science, which is the part of a committee on Earth planetary sciences. It took almost 3 years. We discussed what kind of thing we should prepare. And then this is the summary of what we have discussed for the last 3 years. Okay, this is like a big picture of what we expect in the first half of 21st century in Japan. Well, okay, first of all, the main event of this sequence will be Nankai Trough earthquake and tsunami. Okay. This is where the Nankai Trough locates. It is an interplate boundary. Obviously, it's under the sea. Located Pacific Ocean side of Western Japan. Okay. Here. And in this region, we do have many Nankai Trough earthquakes. They've been recorded almost every century since 7th century. And we do have the Nankai Trough earthquake in 21st century too. Okay. And then according to Shimazaki and Nakata, they are very foreseeing. They published a paper in 1980, way back. They predicted next one will be around 2035. Okay, so that's the reason I put it 2035 will be the main event. I'm not saying, they are saying. Okay, all right. And then this is what we expect in terms of damage. The national government, Japanese government did 2 damage assessment. This is the first one with 8.7 magnitude earthquake. This was the largest one we have ever experienced in the past. At that time, we expected 24,000 casualty or mortality and 81 trillion yen was damage. Okay. After 2011 East Japan earthquake, since we experienced magnitude 9.0 earthquake, that was a way big one. And then nobody can predict the magnitude 9.0 will not happen in that Nankai Trough region. So the government did the 9.0 scenario risk assessment. It turned out to be the mortality will be 320,000 at most, okay? And loss will be 220 trillion yen. That's very big one. And if you look at this picture, almost all region from Kanto to the west will be impacted. Okay, and additionally, we do have another worry, which is the Tokyo metropolitan earthquake. This is a near field earthquake. The worst case will be probably that after the Nankai, we may have Tokyo metropolitan. This is the latest risk assessment made by Japanese national government. They estimated the earthquake with a magnitude of 7.3, which is the same as the Kobe earthquake in 1995. Okay, and expected mortality will be 22,000 plus 500 at worst case scenario with lots of fire. And then losses will be 95 trillion yen. It's a huge. Okay, so we just sum up these 2 earthquakes, and it will be 3 trillion US dollars worth damage. So in the US, the big disaster called a $1 billion disaster. But no single or no annual $1 trillion disaster have never ever occurred yet. So if this Nankai Trough plus, well, Nankai Trough itself is $1 trillion disaster, but with Tokyo Metropolitan, this will be the first $1 trillion disaster since the Industrial Revolution of humankind. Okay, that was a very nice advice we received on recommendation from anonymous reviewers at Science Council of Japan. Okay. Additionally, as we experienced the impact of climate change, especially that the extreme weather may influence this sequence. Since that the climate change impact or extreme weather is a yearly based event, so we may have problems before the main event start. They may coincide with the main event, or obviously they make it very difficult for us to recover from the main event. So this is another great concern. As indicated by the statistics, since 1980s, those disasters due to natural hazards has increased. And then 80% of those are climate and weather-related disasters. Obviously, the losses are also increasing. So this is another additional factor we have to take into account. One more thing we have to consider is ourselves. It is the first time in Japanese history to go through a population decline. Okay, so with this trend, we do have three things go simultaneously. First, we have a decrease in younger generation. We do have increasing a elderly population, and probably the most difficult and serious impact will be decrease in the number of people who could work, which results in loss of our national wealth. Okay, all of these are what we call catastrophic disasters ahead. Okay, what we should do, we do hope to prevent all the damages within the remaining time, like in 15 years, but it is obviously impossible to do so. In other words, we need to focus on how to recover from such a catastrophic damage. And the very nice concept will be resilience. So minimizing both damage and recovery time will be the most plausible way to deal with anticipating a catastrophic disasters. So now it is a time for us to very closely look at what really disaster resilience means. So I took a UN definition. This is a definition by UNDRR in 2017. But this is a second definition. The first definition of disaster resilience was made in 2009 by the UNISDR, which is virtually the same organization with different name. And the second one is 2017. If you kind of skim these two definitions, they are almost identical without two modification. I put it in red for you to easy to read. Okay, for the second definition, they added two response modes: adapt to and transform, in addition to resist, absorb, accommodate, and recover from. Okay. And second addition was, they said, through risk management. Okay. So by comparing these two definitions, I'm sure we could say two things. There are three kinds of entities being disaster resilient. They are individuals, community, and society. In the definition, they call the ability of a system. But let us just confine ourselves to human beings, okay? So that the individual will be the first entity to be resilient, okay? So in a very traditional Japanese disaster risk reduction community, we use the word self-help, mutual help, and social, public help as the power to overcome the adversity or hardship. And if we think this individual saying, it will be the self-help type thing, okay? The second community will be the group of people who maintain the personal relationship with each other. And this is mutual help, okay? And in society, it could be like a modern nations, impersonal institutions or the systems or something like that. So that we could say city resilience or infrastructure resilience, that kind of thing, right? So that's obviously managed by rules and regulations and mostly tax money, so that it's a public help. All right. So the self-help, mutual help, public help, who could works even in the world of disaster resilience. Another point we should focus is the sixth response. That could be classified into three groups: the resist and absorb, which has no deformation before, during, and after the exposure to hazards. That called a absorptive capacity. And accommodate and recover, that shows a temporal deformation before, during, after. That's called a recoverable capacity. And new addition after the Sendai framework is a transform and adapt. That's have a permanent deformation before, during, after. So that's called a transformative capacity. So absorptive capacity, recoverable capacity, transformative capacity works hands in hand, so together, right? Okay, so given these definitions, we now discuss what we should do with the remaining time. And then we consult with the Sendai framework. I think that most of you are familiar with this concept, but it was published, made open at the third UN World Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction, held in Sendai, March 18th, 2015. And they set 4 priorities for action. They are understanding disaster risks, strengthening disaster risk governance, investing in risk reduction, enhancing disaster preparedness for corrective response, and to build back better in recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. Okay, so we follow these priorities. as a guideline to come up with our recommendation. The first one, deepening and elaborating understanding of disaster risk. We set 3 ultimate goals: improving physical, mental, and social well-being for individual, and strengthening the capacity for mutual support for community, and coherent realization of disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, and sustainable development for society. And we proposed the importance of a disaster management system with all hazard approach. And then we propose the resilience of knowledge for disaster resilience is very, very important. To facilitate that, we recommend the developing online synthesis system and fostering facilitators. These are the concepts we published in 2020 as a recommendation by Science Council of Japan. Okay, I should skip some of those. This one, we look at Japanese welfare discussion. They talk about not very similar concepts: self-help, mutual help, and public help. But they divide the mutual help into 2 types of thing. The one is based on the private network. The other one based on laws or systems, so that the mutual help through systems like insurance or the mutual aid scheme, and mutual help through private networks, they treat it a different entity. That's a very important thing. And as for the society, why we have the problem these days, why we need to think about coherence, that's initiated from Industrial Revolution. That creates population increase, urbanization. And also to do that, we need the fossil fuel consumption increase. All of these end up with climate change and disaster. So we have to have very wide view to come up with. Everything connected. In other words, a systemic in nature and a global in scale. Okay, well, I'll skip that. And the second point we made was the governance. As we experienced COVID-19 pandemics, that might be a very big turning point from the trend started from an industrial revolution to more autonomous, decentralized, and cooperative society. And then let's go this. Before the COVID-19, everything was kind of a local, but this local is very global. So the globalization of economy or human interaction, but we have to deal with the basic needs and secondary needs within the country, basically speaking. But with COVID-19, the great advance in ICT technology. So we do have e-commute or teleservice and digital economy. For these secondary needs, there won't be any national boundary anymore. It could be a one big world. But for the basic needs, we do need to satisfy our needs very locally. And we should expand more local production for local consumption type ideas to be sustainable, more sustainable. With this idea, so transnational resilience will become very, very important in addition to a national resilience. And then since we only have 15 years or so, we need to start with communication on upcoming catastrophic disasters. Let's us start from here, okay? The third one is investment for financial expenditure, capacity building, and technology development. And since we are now population decline mode, why don't we take this opportunity to reduce the exposure to hazards, upcoming hazards, in terms of human activities and asset accumulation. And then one more thing is this one is expected impacted area was 707 jurisdictions out of 1724. Wow. So it's a very big thing. So reduce the exposure in this green area. It's important. The second thing is does mutual help and public help and self-help. Because of a population decline, three things go wrong. Public health, not so good because of tax will be smaller. And spontaneous action, this will be difficult because many people are older. And mutual help will be through a private section will be difficult because the people are declining. So only option we could take is mutual help through systems and purchase of market products and services. In these two are the options very promising in the near future, but we do need the collaboration with the private sectors in this regard. The last one, I only have 24 seconds. How are we gonna do for the Build Back Better? The keyword is transformative capacity. So we can do only we normally do, so that in order to have a transformative capacity for upcoming a catastrophic disaster, we have to have an idea now. We have to have a plan now, so that it is important for us to have a vision of society after the catastrophic disasters now. So nothing comes out from nothing. So the things we discuss right now will be the egg for the future. Could be a sustainability, green energy, or zero carbon, and national spatial planning, whatever. But we have to seriously discuss this with the idea we're going through a catastrophic disasters. And one last thing I would say is a window of opportunity for framing these ideas after the event. It's only a very short in time. I would say first 2 weeks after the onset of the catastrophic disaster. So we need to have a clear plan for a better society, which we will hope to have after the upcoming things. Okay. Thank you so much. This you could get it in Japanese now, and we try to do our best to have an English version as soon as possible. Hopefully by the end of September. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Hayashi. So now we welcome Professor Tatano Hirokazu, Professor of Disaster Prevention Research Institute, Kyoto University. He presents the concept of the Tokyo Statement 2023. So, Professor Tatano, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Kawasaki, to introduce me. And but I should say apologize at the beginning, right? In the program, it looks like a kind of draft of the Tokyo Statement can be presented at this stage, but it is not true, right? I mean, we would like to have a Tokyo Statement with your collaboration, right? Actually, as Professor Koike explained to you, this conference as a whole is a kind of the machines or kind of the structure to organize, to create very important statement, which what we call Tokyo Statement on transforming resilient and sustainable society against catastrophic disasters. Okay, in what way we can create? Already Professor Koike explained. You have heard Professor Hayashi's keynote lecture, and then his message, a lot of message we have, but one of the message he said it, we have to discuss now, right? For what? That is Tokyo Statement, what we should do now, right? Then basically all this was a text is available, so I don't want to repeat it, but please consider what should be included in the line of the Professor Hayashi's keynote lectures. And from this, afternoon, we will have a kind of the academic sessions to discuss, kind of the discussion sessions in the line of team 1, theme 1, team 2, and then young and middle career researchers working group will present. All of these are discussed in the integrated session in the tomorrow. So please bring your opinion at the integrated session after hearing attending these important sessions. It will be very crucial for you to contribute to create this Tokyo Statement. Of course, we will have very bureaucratic statement included in the Tokyo Statement at the beginning. Maybe we would like to count all the numbers of the people and also count the attended countries. But I should say that why we have these two key areas of the topics to be discussed. First one is, of course, many people already said that it is very important for us to learn from the past, lessons, experiences. This should be shared. Of course, we have lots of experiences and the lessons is accumulated in each country, depends on your country, within your country, and we can, in some sense, are sharing in the international communities. But this was information. Still, we have the room to share more, but to create new, policies or the strategies to overcome the coming the catastrophic disasters. And second one is more focus on the proposed countermeasure to build up the capacity of society as a whole to overcome a catastrophic disaster. Of course, the major changes in the state of the nation maybe could be also considered, but transform it into the society that can better recover from it, like a resilient society, sustainable resilient society. To do this, we have formed these themes, but not necessary for me to repeat, but maybe just a little guide, right? For the session 1 is the Great Kanto earthquake. Of course, we can focus on Great Kanto earthquake, but achievement in the past 100 years and the challenges that still need can be shared. Then maybe you can extract what should be included in the statement. Maybe you can consider that. And the session 1, 2 is a catastrophic disaster and international cooperation. definitely a lot of disasters occur in the world, and then somehow they can recover. So they have accumulated wisdom and know-how, how to overcome it. So these experience should be highlighted, and then we should have a kind of in what way, especially for this is a Japan Council, Japan Science Council. So maybe especially for the scientists, and of course with the collaboration with many other stakeholders, we should increase capacity for the catastrophic disaster preparedness, and by understanding third-party standpoint. And the theme 2 consists of 3 components. The projected catastrophic disasters, transforming society to overcome future catastrophic disasters, and science and technology for supporting social changes. And yeah, okay, then, of course, it is maybe, let's say, first we want to understand what is current status of technology and science, progress of science that is reported. And then the second is what kind of, measures we can take. That is basically discussed in the session 2, and then that relate to the self-help, mutual help, the public help, that kind of things also discussed. But how to increase the social capacity to overcome this kind of problem, that is also very much related to the science and technology questions. So this is what they are very much discussed in the session number 2.2. 2.3 is a little bit different angle, right? And then definitely after catastrophic disaster, definitely we should have a kind of social change, like a transformation, adapt to. Professor Haru Hayashi has been introduced to you. Then that case, what is, actually how to create the transformative capacity for the society. That is a key problem. But how can we create such a capacity? That is the thing we should explore in the science academic world too. This is one of the important areas for us to discuss. Then actually, even current situation, we have relatively well-developed ICT technologies. Then we can utilize that, and also the kind of our scientists also work together with the communities. Actually, we are also the good interpreters or maybe facilitators with the communities. So these kind of things can be included in this, types of discussion. So the what, how can be implemented, that kind of things can be discussed. And young scientists and mid-career scientists is a little bit bigger, homework they should prepare for. Actually, they are now discussing more than 3 months to discuss academic challenges, to overcome, to find the transformative capacity to cope with catastrophic disasters. What are the priority of the actions for in the academic world, and also what kind of philosophy or what kind of the priorities should be placed in that areas. That is discussed. Maybe please expect a very fresh input from the young scientist workshop result. Then these plus Professor Hayashi's keynote input that is included, and then finally the integration sessions we will have. We would like to create a draft of the Tokyo Declaration. Okay, thank you. And then the high-level panel is passed to the high-level panel, and then finally the Tokyo statement can be adopted at the end of this, I would say, conference. From this, it is very obvious that your contributions are crucial to create a Tokyo statement. I'm very happy to be with you, such an important occasion to, let's say, make an important, let's say, statement to the, let's say, world from the, let's say, groups of who wish to achieve the DRR in the real world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Tatano. So now we close the opening ceremony.
Thank you for your joining this session. My name is Kaoru Takara. I'm currently President of the National Research Institute for Earth Science and Disaster Resilience in Tsukuba, which is called as NIED for short. This session is a kind of introductory session for Great Kanto earthquake and Japan disaster management policy in Japan. And we'd like to share what was the earthquake and what we have learned and what we should do in the future. To do so, we have three speakers, Professor Takemura, Professor Kitahara, and the Director Murakami. And the professors are senior experts who knows very well the Great Kanto earthquake. And Mr. Murakami is a governmental officer who knows very well about Japanese disaster management policy. So I'd like to start this session with a speech by Professor Takemura. He's from Nagoya University. Thank you.
はい、高田先生、ありがとうございます。私、関東大震災の、トップバッターとしてお話をさせていただきます。この図からお話ししますけれども、これは9月1日、空から見た東京です。で、こんな見た人はいないんですけど、地震学者の今村芽子が監修しているので、非常に正確に書いてあります。で、多分こんな風に見えたろうということですが、東京と横浜の火災が非常によくわかりますが、特に東京がものすごく大火災になっている様子がよくわかると思うんですね。で、だけど後で申しますが、東京っていうのは必ずしも震源の真上にあったわけではない。横浜は真上にあったんですが、震源から外れたとこなんです。で、逆に言うと震源から外れたところで大被害を出したのは東京だけなんですよね。で、じゃあ一体なんでその東京がそんなに被害を受けなきゃいけなかったのかっていうお話です。で、もう結論、時間がないので結論から申し上げますと、明治政府の都市政策の大失敗ということです。もう一言で言うとそれだけなんです。で、つまりどういうことかというと、明治政府がきちっと持続可能な都市というものを考えなかったということです。で、江戸時代ですね、東京、江戸と呼びましたが、江戸の町は7割がですね、大体武家地、自社地だったんですね。それで人口が集中しているところはほとんど町人地で、その残りのところ。だから、そういう意味では東京全体、江戸全体で見たら、そんなにめちゃくちゃ人口集中じゃない。むしろ武家地と自社地はかなり空いてた。で、明治になってですね、明治政府はそれを全部一旦国有化するんですね。で、その時に東京をきちっと道路を作ったり公園を作ったり、そういう都市計画をきちっとやってれば、おそらく大正の時にあんな悲惨なことにはならなかったというふうに私は思うんですね。で、ところがやらなかった。で、それは、ある意味いち早く富国強兵でなんとか 近代化しなきゃいけないという、要するに目先の、利益にとらわれて、きちっと基盤整備をしないまま、その後の東京は、だんだんと民間に土地が払い下げられていって、そして特に地盤の悪い、隅田川の東側に非常にたくさん産業育成ですね、工場が建ちます。で、当時の工場っていうのは、働いてる方が周りに全部いますから、もう大量のですね、あまり質の良くない木造住宅が密集するっていう、そういう状況を作って、そして関東大震災になったということなんですね。で、よく風が強かったとかっていう話をしますが、確かに風が強かったから火災は大きくなったんですけど、風が強かったのは別に東京だけではありません。関東全域全部風が強かったのに、東京だけが震源から離れたところで被害があったっていうのは、大きい被害があったっていうのは、やはりそういう問題だろうというふうに思うわけです。それで、関東大震災の全体像をまずここでお話ししておきますと、被害の、規模ですが、日本の方はよくわかると思うんですが、東日本大震災と比較するとよくわかるんですけど、一言で言うと10倍です。で、それは、死者数はだいたい10万5千人で5倍なんですが、人口が当時だいたい半分ぐらいなんです、今の。だから人口比で10倍。で、さらにですね、GDP 比で考えても、36%、37% ぐらいの被害なので、これ多分今世紀に入ってももう世界的にも1、2を争うぐらいの、レベルだと思いますが、それで大体東日本大震災の10倍ということですね。で、それで右側の図が、震源とそれから揺れの分布ですが、これから分かるように、神奈川県の下に震源があるわけです。で、それで、東京はそこから外れてるということなんですね。だから何度も言いますが、そういうところで大きな被害が出たということです。だから、横浜に比べるとはるかに住宅が潰れたのは少ないんです。だけど火災で一旦火がついたらもう消えなくなってしまうような街だったということなんですね。で、それで、東京市民はですね、もう二度とあんな惨めなことになりたくないということで立ち上がったわけです。で、当時の言い方をすると、亡くなった人のね、その供養のためにね、復興が、要する復興なくして供養なしっていうことが言われて、みんなが立ち上がったということです。それで、予算はだいたい当時の金で7億円、4兆円ぐらいなんですが、よく削られたって話をします。計画が。確かにそうなんですが、当時の日本の財政状況から言って多分目いっぱいだと思います。で、ということは、日本がとにかく目いっぱいの力を出して復興したのが、帝都復興事業だと私は思います。で、内容が非常に優れていて、耐震耐火はもちろん当たり前なんですね。だけど、その次に市民のための復興だということを明確に打ち出します。つまり、市民のためにやるんだ。で、一企業とか一個人が儲かるようなことはしないということをもうはっきりと、鮮明に打ち出します。これが最近の日本で行われている再開発と全く違うところですね。で、だから市民の人たちも、大変だったんだけど、やっぱり自分たちのためにやるんだっていうことで、全員が立ち上がっていったわけですね。それからもう一つ、同じやるんだったら世界に誇れるような人にしたい。暗にロンドンとかパリが頭にあったんだと思いますが、世界に誇れるような街にしたい。みんなが誇りに思えるような街にしたいということもありました。これは意外にですね、防災上すごく重要なことで、まずみんなが街を大切に守ろうという気が起こらなければ、その街で防災意識を向上させるとかよく言いますけど、そんなもの育つわけないんですね。だから、そういうことをきちっと、目標に掲げた、復興事業だったっていうことだと思います。それでちょっと中身を見ていきますと、まずメインになったのが区画整理です。で、これは市民にとっても相当辛い話です。で、というのは、東京の焼け跡を60の区画に区切って、そして、それぞれの地主さんから1割ずつの土地を出していただいて、で、それで道路とか公園の計画を立てるわけですね。で、そして残りをですね、持ち分に応じて分配するんですが、これが大変なんです。で、短いところで3、4年、それから長いところでは4、5年ぐらい、住民の人たちが話し合って決めるわけですよね。で、これはもう本当によっぽど住民の協力がなければできないっていうようなことを やり遂げたわけですね。で、さらに、道路。これ皆さんが都心で歩いている道路は、ほぼ 100% 帝都復興事業でできた道路です。で、もう、唯一銀座を通ってる中央通りだけは明治政府が作ったわけですが、あとはもうほとんどそういう道路ですね。で、それでしかもですね、非常に細かいところまで、気が配られていて、例えば、当時ですね、地下鉄も作りたかったんですが、お金がないので作れない。だけど、将来絶対地下鉄は作られるだろうということで、道路をみんなですね、27メートル以上の幅員を確保してくれたんです。地下鉄を作るためにそうしとかないと、私有地に引っかかっちゃうから。で、そのおかげで、戦後ですね、あれだけ東京に今いっぱい走ってるでしょ。大江戸線以外、大震度ができてからの大江戸線以外は全部、この時に27メートル以上にしてくれた道路の下を地下鉄が走ってるので、多分この時にこういうことやってなければ、今の東京はこんなに地下鉄が走れてなかったんじゃないかと思います。それから文化財には、残ってるところには必ず間に道を通さない。だから浅草の浅草寺の周りって、細かい道しかありませんよね。で、そういう配慮もきちっとされているということですね。それから、今一番東京で帝都復興事業の様子がよくわかるのは橋です。で、橋は震災の時にたくさんの方がそこで亡くなったので、やっぱり第一には耐震耐火をするということですが、美観ということを非常に言います。珍しいんです。土木構造物で美観というようなことを言うのは。で、しかもよく書いてあることは、見飽きがしない明るい感じを出すとかですね、目障りにならないようにとかですね、で、空の眺望を妨げないようにとかですね、こういうことをやったんですね。で、非常に丁寧な設計がされていて、全部で6年半ぐらいで576橋かけたんです。で、しかも、大体200橋が補強ですけど、あとは全部新設なので、400橋ぐらい新設した。で、その新設した橋が、これ、隅田川の例ですが、こういう橋なんですね。で、これ見てお分かりのように、全部橋の形が違う。で、これおそらくですね、今だと、できるだけ安くしろって、まず大蔵省が絶対言いますよね。それで、同じ形の橋にするに違いない。だけど、おそらく日本の橋梁技術をですね、世界一にしたかったんです。これを通じて。で、多分、大蔵省も金の出すとこにはきちっと出したっていうことですね。で、こういうふうな素晴らしいことをやったわけです。で、永代橋、清洲橋は、今、国の重要文化財になってるし、他の橋もいろんな意味での文化財になっています。それから公園です。で、公園もですね、やっぱり首都としての品格を保つっていうようなことも含めて、非常に重要な要素ですよね。で、それで、国が三大公園で隅田公園、錦糸公園、浜町公園3つ作ります。さらに東京市が52の復興小公園を作りました。で、特にですね、隅田公園は非常にお金をかけて作ったわけです。隅田川が真ん中に流れていて、両岸にですね、4列の桜並木を配してですね、素晴らしい公園だったんですが、今は高速道路を通したり、それから公共の建物いっぱい建てたりしてですね、もう見る影もない。他の公園もそうなんです。で、東京市の52の復興小公園は、復興小学校の隣に建てたんですね。で、それはなぜかというと、小学校が狭かった。だから、それを補うために公園にしよう。で、子供たちが使わないときは、一般の人が使う。しかも、ものすごく素晴らしい格調の高い公園だったんですね。で、ものの本によるとですね、朝ですね、トイレに行列ができたんですって。なんでかって言ったら、自分の家のトイレよりよっぽど綺麗だったからっていう話があるぐらい、素晴らしい公園で、もし今残っていたら、地域のシンボルとして本当に東京の街は素晴らしかったっていうふうに思います。ところが残念ながら、戦争の時にこの公園の中って金属教室があって、もうめちゃくちゃにしてしまった。で、戦後はですね、戻さなかったんですね、そういうものに。だから単なる広場にしたり、それから高速道路に通り道にしたり、結局戦後はですね、こういう遺産を食い潰してきたっていうことですね。それで、さらに今一番建物として当時の姿を留めているのは復興小学校です。で、これ素晴らしい学校です、みんな。で、 戦後もですね、空襲にはあったんですけど、耐震耐火きちっとしてたので、戦後も構造的には使えた。だけど、人口が増えてキャパシティが足りないっていうので建て替えたんですが、戦後は本当にもうギリギリの設計で数合わせだけで作ったので、今の基準に全く合いません。だから全部今行くと耐震補強のバッテンが入ってますけど、これ一つも入ってないでしょ。だからそれは当時そういう基準じゃなかったけど、子どもたちのためにちゃんと耐震考えなきゃいけないっていうふうにして、こういう学校にしているわけです。で、これ今でも十分にこれ見て分かれるように使えるわけですね。で、じゃあなんでこういうふうなことが東京で継続できなかったんだろうっていうことなんですね。で、それでその後ですね、結局戦争があったわけですが、空襲から生き残ったですね、震災復興の遺産残ってたわけです。公園も橋も水辺もみんな残ってたんですが、それがその時に空襲の時に関東大震災の時よりもたくさん焼けてしまうんですね。で家が。でその時に戦後ですね、非常にもう一度町づくりをし直す非常にいい機会だったのに、東京が全くやらなかったんですね、直後に。でそれで日本の町の中でこれだけ戦後復興をちゃんとやらなかった町ってのは東京が第一番なんです。でその後焦ったんです、東京は。それで、起死回生を図ったのが東京オリンピックを誘致して、それによって高速化をしよう、経済性のある町にしようということで高速道路を作るんですが、手っ取り早く作るためには、こういう帝都復興事業の遺産を全部潰しながら高速道路にすればよかったということで、こういうふうにですね、非常に醜い風景が今都心にあるわけです。で、言ってみると、空襲でですね、東京はすっかりとですね、品格を失ったんですが、戦後その品格を取り戻すことなく、今まだずっと、そういう状況なんです。だから東京に住んでる人が東京を誇りに思うなんて人誰もいないんですよね。でそういう街だっていうことです。でさらに、昭和7年ですね、1932年にですね、東京は今の23区の広さに広がりますが、その時も広がった部分って農地だったので、そこできちっと街づくりをすればよかったんだけど、これしなかった。だから今、東京の、都庁が出してるその地震危険度を見ると、危険度が低いのは全部帝都復興事業をやったとこだけです。その周辺は非常に木造密集地になっていて危険度が高い。ただ、点々で書いてある丸いとこですね、低いところもあるんですよ。これは何かというと、東京市に合併される以前に軍部だった頃に、町村長さん、それから、地主さんたちが非常に先見の明があって、区画整理をやっとかないと大変なことになるって言って、高地整理という名目で、きちっと町を整えたところ、これが今郊外で唯一の高級住宅街になっている場所ですね。で結局ですね、今の、東京の問題を、防災上の問題を列挙しますと、郊外の木造密集地の形成、それから今日は言いませんでしたけど地盤沈下の話、これもですね、実は戦争が終わった時点でもう水を汲み上げたら絶対沈下するって分かってたのに、ちょうどですね、天然ガスが見つかるんですね。それで金になりますから、バンバンと戦後も汲み上げた。でそのためにどんどん沈んで、今の東京の地盤沈下の半分は戦後起こってるんですね。でこれも金儲けのためですね。でさらに水辺の破壊をやり、それから最近2000年以降はですね、都心で容積率の緩和をやりました。それで高層ビルが林立してますよね。もう本当隣のビルと握手ができるぐらいに林立させてしまいました。であれものすごく儲かるんですよ。だって容積率緩和して容積率を売り買いできるわけだから、空気が金になるのでものすごく儲かるんですが、その結果何が起こってるかっていうと、東京市民はですね、ものすごく長時間通勤を強いられるし、東京駅なんて1日の乗降客がそれで17万人も増えちゃったんですね。でそれで地震が起こったら全員帰宅困難者ね、それからエレベーターの閉じ込め事故だってたくさん起こるに違いないから、閉じ込め事故にあったら死ぬかもしれない。僕はね、なんでこんなに東京市民が辛い目に遭わなきゃいけないのかっていうふうに思うんですね。さらに今度のオリンピックは、また問題を起こしてしまいました。でそれは、埋め立て地に、タワーマンションをいっぱい建てた。 あれ、地震の時に液状化しますので、多分、ライフラインが途絶するっていうことは十分考えられて、でそうすると、あそこの人たちって基本的に、在宅避難って言われてるんですよね。在宅避難って何かっていうと、何もしないからそこにいなさいって知りませんよって言われてるだけなんです。で、避難する場所もないんですよ。で、そうすると、どうなるんだろうっていうようなこと。でもっと考えると、あれ、全部分譲で作ってるでしょ。100年後に住んでる人たちの力で建て替えられるとは到底思えないですね。で、だから、東京っていうのはどうも戦後ですね、持続性っていうのを全く考えないで、目の前に金儲けの種があると、それに向かって全部街づくりをしてきた結果としてですね、今、地震が起こった時のいろんな問題を抱えているというふうに見えてくるわけです。それで私は街っていうのは市民がいかに住みやすいかっていうことが第一の目標にしなきゃいけない。それが街づくりの第一の目標であって、それ以下のことは不対なんですね。金が儲かったらそれでもいいし、外国人がいっぱい来てくれたらそれでもいいんだけど、でもその部分、その一番大事な部分を東京はどっかに忘れてしまった。だから、みんなが東京が好きだなって思う人が非常に東京には少ないということなんです。だから、帝都復興事業っていうのは、そういうことをきちっとやった事業なので、ぜひですね、もう一度100年を機に、帝都復興事業の精神に立ち返ってですね、東京を地震に強い街づくりっていう方向へ転換していく必要があるのではないかというふうに思っています。はい、以上です。どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Professor Takemura. Next speaker is Professor Kitahara. Please.
The title of my presentation is Disaster Records of the Great Kanto Earthquake. 聞こえない。
持って喋りますか？
はい。
ちょっといいですか？
はい。The Disaster Records of the Great Kanto Earthquake International Outreach. This is my presentation title. In the case of the Great Kanto earthquake, the disaster record was divided in two. In this presentation, I will give a closer look at the Great Kanto earthquake of 1923 in Japan by the Bureau of Social Affairs in 1926 and the reconstruction of Tokyo by Tokyo Municipal Office in 1933 as representative examples and examine what they tried to convey the outside world. The record of Bureau of Social Affairs of Home Office in Japan, the first is this. The left panel shows the original Japanese edition, this. And the right panel is English edition, translated from Japanese one. The next is the record of reconstruction of Tokyo, published by the Municipal Tokyo Office. Once the emergency response measures have been completed, the next phase is to identify a roadmap for reconstruction. However, it was quite unfortunate that the capital was absent due to the death of Prime Minister Tomosaburo Kato of the former cabinet. In the following, we will divide the development of relief measures into two aspects. A, relief measures for disaster sufferers and B, the process of reconstruction measures. As for the relief, the timeline went as follows. On September the 1st, the Great Kanto earthquake occurred. But as I said, the cabinet was not functioning. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of previous cabinet served as acting prime minister as a temporary basis. In the previous cabinet announced the following 3 proclamations: requisition order, the provisional seismic board, the martial law. On the night of the 22nd, a new cabinet headed by Gonbei Yamamoto was finally formed. On September the 3rd, the Office of the Provisional Seismic Board, mainly organized by the former cabinet, also announced that sufferers were allowed to ride public transportation for free. On the same day, the governor of each prefecture raised funds for the relief evacuees. The members of the newly formed Gonbei Yamamoto cabinet, as well as the core members of the government, met to discuss the issue of a 10 million yen gift from the emperor's privy purse, which was later given directly to the sufferers in cash. As for the reconstruction, the timeline went as follows. Shinpei Goto, Minister of Home Affairs in the new cabinet, proposed an emergency measure for the treatment of the sufferers, including the Korean issue, as well as a fundamental policy for the reconstruction of the imperial capital at the cabinet meeting on September the 4th. On September the 6th, the proposal for the reconstruction of the imperial cabinet was discussed at the cabinet meeting. The main points of the proposal were the following. The first, the establishment of an ad hoc committee to deliberate on the reconstruction of the imperial cabinet. The second, the establishment of the ministry reconstruction as an executive body with the executive and advisory bodies. And the third, the government funding of reconstruction costs, the purchase of all land in the burnt areas, and an estimated cost of 3 billion yen. Goto's relief plan was organized as in the following. Hiroshi Ikeda was appointed as the Director General of the Social Affairs Bureau as Commissioner of the Social Affairs Bureau. The Provisional Seismic Board was controlled under the Social Affairs Bureau. The Ikeda was a man who had earned Goto's trust by bringing the urban plan of law into effect in 1919. On September the 7th, he proposed to Goto a survey of disaster sufferers evacuated from Tokyo or from Yokohama to the rural areas, and this plan was completed on November the 15th as a survey of disaster sufferers comparable to a national census. This work was later published, The Great Earthquake of 1923 in Japan, by Bureau of Social Affairs of Home Office Japan, which was shown in the first part of this presentation. Now let me show the Goto's reconstruction plan. Goto was a mayor of Tokyo before the disaster and already had the concept of remodeling Tokyo and 800 million yen plan, which formed the basis of the reconstruction plan after the disaster. Although the Ministry of Reconstruction was opposed, the Reconstruction Agency was established under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Home Affairs on September 27th, and Shinpei Goto was appointed to its president. 2 months later, on November 24th, the second meeting of the Imperial Reconstruction Council was held. Goto's plan was strongly criticized there. The council rejected its large-scale reconstruction plan, which required a large amount of money. The proposals were made to reduce. At the 47th special session of the Imperial Diet held on December 11 to 23rd, the original proposal prepared by the Reconstruction Agency of Imperial Capital was again rejected. The agency administration expenses were also not approved. Instead, 470 million yen was to be allocated over 6 years. The political conflict behind the scene was very dramatic. The cabinet Gonbei Yamamoto collapsed. A new cabinet was formed on January the 7th. In the year following the earthquake, with the newly appointed Keigo Kiyoura as prime minister. The Reconstruction Agency was abolished, and the Reconstruction Bureau, which was responsible for reconstruction projects, was established on the same day. Mizuno was reappointed as the Minister of Home Affairs in new cabinet. Mizuno had been criticizing Goto's reconstruction plan from the beginning, and therefore took over the reconstruction project of the imperial capital. Now, the reconstruction project by the new cabinet was effectively launched. This symbolized the rejection of Goto's fundamental philosophy of reconstruction of the imperial capital. The volume of Reconstruction Tokyo was published not by Bureau of the Reconstruction Council, but by Tokyo Municipal Office in 1933. This would be due to the corruption cases among the officials of Bureau of the Reconstruction Council. Nevertheless, Shinpei Goto has been kept in mind of peoples as the man who had reconstructed Tokyo as a modern metropolitan city. As I mentioned, Reconstruction Tokyo was published by Tokyo Municipal Office, not by the Bureau of Reconstruction. The book was planned in 1931 and was published in 1933, hiring the foreign English reporter of Yokohama newspaper as a translator. Of 3,004 copies printed and 1,673 copies were sent abroad. Tokyo Municipal Office was proud of their work circulating the reconstructed Tokyo with the science and art of modern towning planning and land readjustment. In conclusion, we have been the relief of and reconstruction through two records. As for the relief, Hiroshi Ikeda survey evacuees enabled to relieve in effect. The original reconstruction plan proposed by Shinpei Goto was rejected by the government. The reconstruction was then mainly led by the city of Tokyo, and they were quite proud of the achievement. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kitahara. I will take questions or comments after the third presentation. So, third presentation will be done by Director Murakami. Please.
Thank you for the introduction. My name is Takio Murakami. I'm the Director of International Cooperation and Partnership in the Disaster Management Bureau of the Cabinet Office. So I was tasked by Professor Takara to brief the policy development over 100 years in 15 minutes. It's gonna be a challenging work, but I'll try my best. So my presentation has 4 components. The first part is about the direct policy progress after the Kanto earthquake. 3 topics will be covered here. The first topic is the urban reconstruction. The second topic is the development of seismic standards. And I will also touch on the survey, analysis, and documentation of a disaster. The second part of my presentation is about the policy progress after the subsequent major disasters, which include the Typhoon Ise-1 in 1959, the Great Hanshin-Awaji earthquake in 1995, and the Great East Japan earthquake in 2011. And in the third part of my presentation, if time allows, I will briefly describe the changes in socioeconomic conditions over the past 100 years. And finally, I will conclude my presentation with a very short summary. As Professor Takemura mentioned earlier, 2 major post-war earthquakes that we are familiar with are the Hanshin-Awaji earthquake and East Japan earthquake. This table shows how big the impact of the Kanto earthquake was as compared to these 2 disasters. In addition to the number of deaths and the number of collapsed buildings, what deserves our attention is the scale of economic damage as compared to the size of the national economy at that time. The damage caused by the earthquake accounted for 37% of the GNP at that time. In the case of East Japan earthquake, the damage accounted only for 3% of the GDP, and we can understand how big the damage of the Kanto earthquake was. Also, compared to the national budget at that time, the damage was more than threefold. The Kanto earthquake caused a variety of damage, but the damage caused by the fire was the most significant one. More than 90,000 people died in fires, mainly in Kanagawa and Tokyo. The greatest tragedy was at the former site of the Army clothing depot in Tokyo, where about 38,000 evacuees lost their lives. As the first area of policy progress after Kanto earthquake, I would like to highlight the urban reconstruction under the Imperial Capital Reconstruction Plan. As Professor Takemura explained to us, Tokyo was transformed into a city that was more resilient to disasters and also had a dignity as a capital city. And the second area of the policy progress is the development of seismic standards. At the time of the Kanto earthquake, there were a variety of office buildings using different building techniques in Tokyo's Marunouchi district. Those buildings that adopted experimental Japanese earthquake resilient designs were not severely damaged. On the other hand, severe damage or total collapse was caused to the buildings built by construction companies in the east coast of the United States where the earthquakes do not occur. Based on this lesson, the Meiji government revised the building regulations in 1924, and the provisions on seismic force were in place for the first time in the world. Those provisions are said to have been carried over into the subsequent building standards law in 1950. The seismic design standards have been revised since then based on the lessons learned from subsequent earthquakes, but the origin can be traced back to the revision that we had after the Kanto earthquake. And as another important policy progress triggered by the Kanto earthquake, I would like to point out the survey, analysis, and documentation of the disaster, which was the main point of Professor Kitahara's presentation today. The picture shown here is the famous dynamic map of the fire spread, or Shinsai Dotaizu, which is included in the landmark publication by the Earthquake Prevention Committee. Also, as Professor Kitahara mentioned, the Social Affairs Bureau of the Ministry of Home Affairs conducted an extensive survey of the disaster-affected people and published comprehensive reports. The Cabinet Office, which is my office, published the reports on the lessons learned from the Kanto earthquake in 2006 and 2009, but such a publication was not possible without those survey, analysis, and documentation extensively conducted immediately after the earthquake. Now I leave the Kanto earthquake here, and I would like to discuss the policy progress after the three major disasters in the post-war period. It is important to note, however, that many of the issues that we arose during these disasters actually happened at the time of Kanto earthquake, which I will describe later. So this figure shows the number of deaths and missing people from disasters every year in the post-war period. Three major disasters after the Kanto earthquake are highlighted in red. As you can see, during and immediately after the World War II, there had been significant number of fatalities every year. However, after Typhoon Isiwan in 1959, the number was greatly reduced due to the progress of the construction of levees and other structural measures. The Typhoon Isiwan hit the Chubu region of Japan in September 1959 and killed over 5,000 people. This disaster led to the enactment of the Basic Law on Disaster Countermeasures, which remains the basis for disaster risk reduction policy in Japan. The page shows the members of the Central Disaster Management Council, which was established by the law. The council is chaired by the Prime Minister and composed of all cabinet ministers, academic experts, and so on. The council is convened in peacetime, meaning not at the time of disasters, and to provide the guidance on cross-ministerial policy issues such as the revision of the basic plan for disaster management. Now looking back at the Kanto earthquake here, there was no peacetime inter-ministerial coordination body like the Central Disaster Management Council at that time. A temporary disaster relief secretariat was established, but this was essentially an organization under the Ministry of the Interior, Ministry of the Home Affairs, actually. The second major post-war disaster was the Great Hanshin-Awaji earthquake of January 1995, which killed more than 6,000 people. There have been no large-scale disasters in Japan during the 36 years after the Typhoon Ise-1, and it was also widely believed that there will be no major earthquakes in the Kansai region. As a result, the earthquake was a big surprise to Japanese people at that time. At the onset of the Hanshin earthquake, what drew wide attention was the need for government's prompt assessment of the damage. Although the damage was widely reported on TV, the Prime Minister's office was not readily informed of the damage. This led to the criticism about the delay in the initial response. As a result, a system was created to quickly assess the situation, including the establishment of the emergency gathering team. Currently, the government has established a policy that, in principle, the emergency gathering team assembles at the Prime Minister's office within 30 minutes of the occurrence of a disaster, and the government's headquarters will be set up in 1 hour. In the Hanshin earthquake, it took 6 hours to set up such an headquarters, but it took only 1 hour when the East Japan earthquake happened in 2011. Compared to the case of the Kanto earthquake, in which it took more than a day to set up the headquarters, there was a remarkable improvement. Another important progress in the aftermath of the Hanshin earthquake was the work of volunteers. A very large number of volunteers rushed from all over Japan to provide support activities. The year 1995 was later called as the birth year of the volunteerism in Japan. Since then, experiencing various disasters, disaster relief volunteers activities have become increasingly important and well organized. On the other hand, even during the Kanto earthquake, the residents helped each other and rescue teams from remote areas actively engaged in relief activities. Professor Shigeo Tatsuki of Doshisha University argues that 1995 was not the birth year of volunteerism, but actually a volunteer renaissance or a year of discovery. The most recent major disaster in Japan was the Great East Japan earthquake of March 2011, which killed more than 20,000 people and affected a very large area. The East Japan earthquake was an earthquake that has been predicted. I myself was working at the cabinet office at that time, and at the moment of the shaking, I recognized that this was the earthquake off the coast of Miyagi Prefecture that had been predicted. What was wrong, however, was the magnitude of the quake. According to the government's damage estimate at that time, the maximum death toll from the earthquake was estimated at 290. The seismic motion far exceeded the government's prediction, and as a result, the earthquake caused much greater damage. For this reason, the term unforeseen was widely used after the disaster. In order to eliminate the unforeseen disasters, the government revised the damage estimates and formulated new basic plans for each of the 4 predicted large earthquakes in and around the Japanese islands. Countries around the world provide assistance to Japan in the aftermath of the East Japan earthquake. This chart shows the list of 19 countries that dispatched rescue teams, including South Korea and Singapore on the March 12th, followed by Germany, Switzerland, United States, China, and so on. In addition, a large number of relief supplies and donations were provided. In fact, the East Japan earthquake was not the first disaster to receive international assistance on this scale. The photo shows in the front page of the New York Times covering the Kanto earthquake in 1923, And the article here reads the United States dispatched the Navy ships to the port of Yokohama to carry out rescue operations. In addition, the amount of donation from abroad was more than 1/3 of the total donation, which is significantly larger than the scale of international donations we had during the East Japan earthquake. Many Japanese citizens, including myself, have forgotten this fact. Well, I wanted to touch upon the socioeconomic changes over the 100 years, but maybe for the sake of the time, I will skip those slides now. Maybe I will touch on this one. I would like to touch on the changes in media that are used to convey information during disasters. The radio broadcasting began in Japan in 1925, which is 2 years later than the strike of the Kanto earthquake. Newspapers was the only media available at that time. This made it difficult to disseminate accurate information, and it has caused confusion such as false rumors. In the Hanshin earthquake, many people learned the damage through the television images. And then in the East Japan earthquake was the first major disaster of the internet age. Gathering information is ever easier than before, but at the same time, the risk of disseminating false information is increasing. Finally, I would like to summarize my presentation. As the first point, the significant progress has been made in disaster management and disaster risk reduction policy after the Great Kanto earthquake. As a second point, the progress in structural measures after the war has minimized the number of casualties, but people's awareness against potential large-scale disasters in future as well. As a third point, some forgotten lessons of the Kanto earthquake were reminded at subsequent large-scale disasters that we had in the post-war period. And as a fourth point, the Great East Japan earthquake in 2011 reminded us that the impact of large-scale disasters cannot be minimized by structures measures only, and thus the disaster management mechanisms must be further strengthened. And finally, as the fifth point, documenting a disaster based on thorough survey and analysis provides the foundation of policy progress and review. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Director Murakami, for your presentation. Now we welcome your comments or questions to all three speakers now, either in Japanese or in English. Any questions or comments? No questions from online participants? Yes, please. Takamura-sensei, microphone is coming.
Thank you very much, Professor Takara, to give me, to pose a question. My question goes to the Professor Takimura, especially, and possibly with the Murakami-san as well. どうもご報告ありがとうございました。竹村先生、あるいは追加で村上さんからにお答えいただければと思うんですけれども、関東大震災の後のその東京の復興というのがにおいてそのシティプランニングって非常に重要だということを特に竹村先生のご報告から印象深く伺いました。こうした都市計画といいましょうか、新たな都市の構築というのができた理由っていうのをもし教えていただければと思っています。難しい。
わかります。日本では長期的視野に立ってそういう街づくりをきちんとやるっていうのはほとんどいろいろ探しても関東大震災の直後っていうのがもう一番で、その後もそれを見本にして他の地域でいろんなことをやってるんですけど、結局また非常になんていうんですかね、近視眼的な 町づくりっていうのにまた終始してしまうっていう、そういうことなんですよね。それなんでその時にそんなに、ちゃんと言ったのか。後藤新平さんがいたっていうことは一つあるんですけど、だけど後藤新平だけが特に、それをやったとは僕には見えなくて、後藤新平はリーダーとしてはいたけれど、だけどその周りを支えてた行政もやっぱり非常に長期的視野に立って、実は後藤新平は予算が減らされた段階でほとんどそれで、姿を消してしまうので、その後、やっぱりそれを受け継いできちっとやったのは行政、特に私は大蔵省の影響が非常に強いと思うんですけど、そういうことをやったっていうのはなぜか。でそれがやっぱりあれですかね、関東大震災の衝撃ってすごくて、それから政治家の人たちもみんなその市民を一生懸命その帝都復興事業に同意させようと思って必死になって説得をするっていう、そういう姿があるんですね。それからもう一つちょっとあるのは、市民がやっぱり政治を非常に信頼してたっていう部分があるような気がする。例えば後藤新平に任しといたらなんとかなるんじゃないかとかっていうようなね、そういう部分もかなりあって、そのあたりはちょっと今とかなり違うっていう感じはするんです。というか、だから決定的ななんでそうなったかっていうのは私には本当のところわからない。むしろ北原先生の方がよく分かってるんじゃないか。
いいですか？私はちょっと紹介した池田博が都市計画を導入するのがやり始めるのが大正6年なんだけれども、その法律が法律化したというか公布したのは1919年ということですよね。でこれは震災の前なんですけれども、それが基本になっていたと。で池田博はそれを作る時のその世間の風当たりが非常に強くて、日本は農村を中心に動いていると。で都市計画法なんかをやるような雰囲気はほとんどなかったということで、大変な努力をされたっていうふうに彼は周りから大変圧力があったということを言っています。でそれがあったけれども、実際には関東震災になって初めてその後藤が支えた8億円計画っていうものが東京市の市長の時には消えてしまったけれども、震災でよみがえったっていう感じはしますので、その意味ではなんていうのか、行政というふうに竹村さんはおっしゃいましたけれど、内務省を中心にどうしてもその都市計画をしないと今後の東京はめちゃめちゃになっちゃうと。なんとなく周りからスロープ化が始まるという危機感がものすごく強かったという感じはいたします。ちょっと付け足しで大変すみませんけど、以上です。
すみません、日本語で失礼します。一言だけいろいろな要因があると思うんですが、やはり関東大震災は明治政府が始まってからの初めての大規模な災害で、その復興の体制、ガバナンスの仕組みがまだできていなかったがゆえに柔軟にできたというところがあるのではないかと思います。ともすれば私たちは最近の災害の経験をもとに復興の体制、ガバナンスを考えてしまいがちですけども、そういう意味ではこれから我々が直面する南海トラフ巨大地震のような災害への復興の体制の在り方としては、この100年前の経験が大変参考になるのではないかなと思っています。
はい、ありがとうございました。竹村さんのご発表で、首都としての品格が近年失われてきてしまったとおっしゃったんですけれども、当時やっぱり世界列強とごしていきたい大日本帝国としてはですね、やっぱり首都の品格をいち早く復興したかったんじゃないかと、そういう観点もあると思いますね。Any other questions or comments? profesorご意見。
村上さんから戦後の防災力の向上の歴史というものを伺いまして、大変そういう進歩があったことを理解しました。で、一方で、竹村先生の方からそういうものを裏打ちするような都市計画が必ずしも十分でなかったというご指摘もありました。で、ここを今後どう乗り越えていくかということが私たちの課題のように思いますが、それぞれのパネルの方々、どうやったら乗り越えられていくかということをご意見いただけるとありがたいです。
はい、ありがとうございます。一連のご質問、質疑が終わってからお一人ずつコメントしてもらおうと思ってたんですけど、もう今クエスチョンが出ましたけれども、どうしましょう。先にお答え しましょうか。はい、それじゃあ竹村さんからどうぞ。
私はですね、今の、状況を見ると、公共っていうのをもう一回きちっと取り戻す必要があるような気がします。で、それは今民活ってよく言われて、民間にいろんなものを投げて、って言うんですけど、民間企業っていうのは、私も長いこと民間企業にいましたけど、決して長期的視野に立ってものはできない。それはなぜかというと、競争があるから。むしろ社会のことを考えてしっかりとやってるような企業っていうのは、往々にして競争に負けるっていうことがあるので、やっぱりどうしても民間企業っていうのは近視眼的になってしまう。ということは、やはり行政がきちっと実力を持って、そして、長期的に視野に立ったまちづくりっていうのをやっていかないと、多分僕はうまくいかないんじゃないかっていうふうに思うんですね。で、戦後、非常にその公共っていうものがだんだんと薄れてきた感じが私はしていて、確かにその合理性とか経済性とか言った時にはそれはいいのかもしれないけど、それはトータルとしてそうなるのであって、それぞれのその市民の人たちが本当に幸せになってるかっていう観点を立つと、やっぱりそこにはどうしても公共っていう概念がなければいけないんじゃないか。つまり競争効率だけではダメなんじゃないかっていう感じがしてるんですね。で、そこをやっぱりもう一回考え直さなきゃいけないというふうに非常に思います。それからちょっと中で言いましたけど、天皇陛下が9月12日に詔書を出すんですね。つまり東京を復興するんだって。で、別に天皇が書いたわけじゃないんですけど、だけどそれを出す。で、その中にもですね、一企業一個人が儲かるようなことをやったら社会が持たないって書いてあるんですね。だから市民のためにやるっていうことが書いてあって、非常に公共性っていうのをきちっとなんていうんですかね、イメージとして市民にも分かりやすいようにやっているので、そういう部分のまちづくりっていうのをちょっとやっぱり考えていかなきゃいけないんじゃないかっていうふうに私は思いますけど。
はい、ありがとうございました。それでは北原先生、後からしますか。はい。
はい。私の発表で述べました通り、100年前の災害で起きたことは、近年の災害でも起きているということです。これを忘れがちだと思います。例えば、海外からの救援、あるいはボランティアの役割、そういったことは100年前のことなのに、100年前のことが忘れられている。その観点から、まず一つは、災害の調査、分析、記録、これが極めて重要だと思います。そして2点目として、戦後、ハード対策が進んで、小さな災害が減ったことで、国民が災害に触れる機会が減ってしまいました。そのこと自体は良いことですが、それによって国民の災害に対する意識が薄くなってしまった面はあると思います。ですので、国民の意識を高めて、 一人一人の災害の記憶を継承して、社会全体のキャパシティを高めていくことが、レジリエンスの確保の観点からは重要だと思います。そういう意味で、災害の教訓の継承、これをしっかりやっていく必要があるというふうに思います。はい。
はい、ありがとうございました。それじゃあ北原さん。
私は歴史だけを調べているような立場ですので、今後に向けて今いろんな両先生からお話があったようなものを含めて展開をどういうふうに考えるのかって問われると大変困ってしまうんですけれども、ただ歴史の立場から言いますと、関東大震災の場合にはものすごく記録が残されている。で、それは大変な努力をして残しているということを実際にいろいろな資料を見る中で感じます。それから地方でも大変に東京にとかを横浜から避難していた人たちが地方に散らばりますので、関東震災の話は直接にそういう人から流布している。それから記録が残されているっていう点もあります。で、それをきちんと地方の行政も残しているところがあるんですね。文役所っていうのがまだその当時はありましたけれども、すぐ廃止になります。でも廃止になるんだけれども、その一部を残した資料っていうものが今関東震災の実際の避難者を調べる非常に重要なツールになっています。で、そういう意味では今わからないけれども、これだけは重要だというふうに選別をするということが悪いかどうかわからないけれども、今選別しても今の価値観と違う形で100年後の社会が見るかもしれませんので、そういう意味では非常に記録の重要性というのはまとめておくということが大変重要ではないかと。で、それは記憶を確かめる際の非常に重要なツールだというふうに思いますので、私としてはそういう立場からお願いをするということです。以上です。
はい、ありがとうございました。小池で
少し、竹村先生のご発言にこういうことはどう考えたらよいかというご質問をさせていただいてよろしいですか。公共を取り戻すということは非常に大事なことであるというふうに私も同感いたします。合わせて、その民間が防災に投資をするということも重要ではないかと、近年の議論、ずっとそういう議論があるわけで、また今日の議論の中でも出てくるかと思います。それはESG 投資とか TCFD とか、その防災に企業が投資することそのものが、その企業への投資を生むという、そういう循環を作り出すことによって、最終的には先生おっしゃるように儲かるためなのかもしれませんが、その儲かるためというマインドによって、公共的なその防災力が高まっていくということは、そういう方法も今、いろいろと議論されておりますが、そういうことについてどういうお考えをお持ちか、お聞かせていただきます。
そういうことがうまくいくんだったら、非常にいいというふうに私も思っていますけど、私としては半信半疑な感じがします。本当にそんなにうまくいくんだろうかっていう感じは、なんとなくしてます。それからもう一つこれは似ている話なんですけど、ここは学術会議なので科学技術の面から言うと、皆さんは自分で開発された技術っていうのを非常にアピールされたいし、それからそれを社会に生かしてほしいっていう、そういうのがあるんですけれど、だけど科学技術者がもう少しその広い視野に立ってものを見ないと、例えば自分の技術を使ったためにどういう影響があってどうなるんだっていうようなことを言わないとまずい時代になってるのかなっていう気がしてるんですね。で、そのさっきの 企業の投資によってっていう話もそうなんですけど、いいところ取りばかりしてたってなかなかうまくいかないので、やっぱり広い視野に立ってどういう問題があるし、どういう、いいところがあるのかっていうふうにやらないと、かえって最終的に負の遺産として残ってしまうっていうようなことが、科学技術も含めて往々にしてあるんじゃないかと。それで、震災の頃に、テラトラフィコも言ってますけど、科学技術が巨大化すればするほど、一旦被害を受けた時に立ち直れるかどうかが危ういということもあるんですね。だから巨大化させるってもう非常にバラ色のものを描くのもいいけれど、だけどもしもの時にどうなるかとかいうようなことも含めて地についた議論っていうのがやっぱり非常にこれからより必要になってくるような気がしています。以上です。
Thank you very much for your discussion. I believe this symposium can discuss this kind of matters in the later sessions. So time is already up. I'd like to close this session. So finally, I'd like to ask you to give them big hands. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the time to start our afternoon session. My name is Satoru Nishikawa, Senior Advisor of JICA. This afternoon, in our first session, we will be discussing about catastrophic disasters and international cooperation. And to begin with, we have one speaker here with us today and two speakers online. First, I'd like to invite Dr. Svetlana Amedova, Scientific Secretary, Institute of Seismology and Atmospheric Physics, Academy of Sciences of Turkmenistan. And she will give a presentation on focus zones of strong earthquakes occurring in Turkmenistan, disaster and recovery after Ashgabat earthquake of 1948. Dr. Amedova, the floor is now yours, please.
Землетрясение – это одно из наиболее страшных природных катастроф, уносящих десятки и сотни тысяч человеческих жизней и вызывающие опустошительные разрушения на огромных пространствах. Один из регионов сильных и частых землетрясений – это Альпийский Гималайский горно-складчатый пояс протяженностью 10 тысяч километров и шириной 300 километров, простирающийся от Гибралтара через Альпы, Кавказ, Иран, Гималаи и в Бирму. Один из территорий Туркменистана – одна из высокосейсмичных областей этого сейсмического пояса.
An earthquake is one of the most dangerous natural disasters, claiming tens and hundreds of thousands of human lives and causing devastating destruction over vast areas. One of the regions with frequently occurring strong earthquakes is the Alpine Himalayan mountain fault belt, about 10,000 kilometers long and up to 300 kilometers wide, stretching from Gibraltar through the Alps, the Caucasus, Iran, the Himalayas to Burma. The territory of Turkmenistan stands in one of the highly seismic regions of this seismic belt.
Самое древнее землетрясение на территории Туркменистана – Актапинское. Возможное время возникновения этого землетрясения – около 2000 лет до нашей эры. В этом же месте произошли низкие землетрясения 10 года и 943 года. Известно Киркинское землетрясение, которое произошло на востоке страны. 8 июля 1895 года в районе города Туркменбаши произошло сильнейшее из известных на территории Туркменистана разрушительное красноводское землетрясение магнитуды 8,2. Особенностью этого землетрясения явилась огромная по размерам область, где оно ощущалось, на территории около 3000 квадратных километров. 1 мая 1929 года на границе с Ираном произошло гермапское землетрясение, где сила землетрясения оценивалась в 9 баллов. Землетрясение сопровождалось многочисленными авторшоками, ощущавшимися в Иране и Туркменистане до 1933 года.
Of all historically recorded strong earthquakes in Turkmenistan, the oldest one dates back to as early as 2000 years BC. The next earliest of this type are Nisar earthquakes, occurred nearly at the same place and dated 10 and 943 AC respectively. The other well-known earthquake is Kirkinski earthquake, which occurred on 1175 AC in the eastern part of the country. And on July 8, 1895, nearby the city of Turkmenbashi, occurred the Krasnovodsk earthquake, the strongest seismic event ever known to take place within the territory of Turkmenistan. A significant feature of this earthquake was a huge area where it was felt, occupying the territory of about 3,000 square kilometers. And it was followed by a long-term aftershock activity in Iran and Turkmenistan, which persisted throughout next few decades until about 1933.
Сила сотрясений при Казанжикском землетрясении 1946 года оценивалась 8 баллами, где пострадало около 70% имевшихся зданий. Баджнурскому иранскому землетрясению 1997 года предшествовал довольно сильный форшок, возникший за 43 минуты до основного толчка. В селениях Туркменистана, расположенных в приграничных районах, землетрясение имело силу 6 баллов. 6 декабря 2000 года на территории западного Туркменистана произошло сильно ощутимое балханское землетрясение с магнитудой 7,3. Это землетрясение самое мощное на территории Туркменистана за последние несколько лет.
The intensity strength during one of the later events called Kazanjik earthquake of 1946 was estimated as 8 points MSK 64, where about 70% of the existing buildings were damaged. The 1997 Bonjour Iranian earthquake was preceded by a fairly strong foreshock that occurred 43 minutes prior to the main shock. In the villages of Turkmenistan located in the border area, the earthquake was felt at the intensity strength level of 6 by MSK 64. And on December 6, 2000, in western Turkmenistan, there occurred a strong Balkan earthquake with a magnitude of 7.3. The earthquake is the most powerful in Turkmenistan over the past few years.
Институт сейсмологии и физики атмосферы Академии наук Туркменистана вносит свой вклад, изучая сильнейшие землетрясения, природу их возникновения, выявляя пространственно-временные закономерности в распределении сейсмичности в регионе. Для всего Турана и Иранского региона создан каталог всех произошедших землетрясений. При построении карты эпицентров замечено, что землетрясения магнитуды 7,5 располагаются упорядоченно на преимущественных межэпицентральных расстояниях около 450 километров, соответствующих магнитуде.
The Institute of Seismology and Physics of Atmosphere of the Academy of Sciences of Turkmenistan is studying the strongest earthquakes, the nature of their occurrence, identifying spatial temporal patterns in the distribution of seismicity in the region. A catalog of all earthquakes has been created for the entire Turan-Iranian region. When building a map of epicenters, it has been found that magnitude 7 to 7.5 and stronger earthquakes are usually arranged in an orderly manner as a function of magnitude at predominant inter-epicentral distances of about 450 kilometers.
Каждое сейсмическое событие на территории Туркменистана нами изучено. Было выявлено несколько стадий подготовки землетрясения. От стационарного сейсмического режима до возникновения элементов самоорганизации, когда значимые землетрясения перестают возникать на каком-то локальном участке, а сильнейшее землетрясение происходит над самой глубокой частью пространственно-временной бухты или в ее пределах.
So we've studied all of the seismic events happening in this region, and several stages of earthquake preparation were identified, from a stationary seismic regime to the emergence of a system of self-organized aerial elements. When significant earthquakes all of a sudden cease to occur in one or another local regions, then followed by a strong earthquake within the deepest part of the spatial temporal bay on the relevant scatter graph.
Области дефицита выделения сейсмической энергии, нередко возникающие перед большими кровами землетрясения, могут служить предвестниками. Среди ряда изученных явлений, представляющих в современной практике ценность как предвестники, сейсмические бреши второго рода, вида кольцевой сейсмичности, который еще выделял японский ученый Моги.
Я не
дочитала. Временная последовательность землетрясений проявилась в пространстве в виде вложенных один в другой орбитальных траекторий распределения землетрясений К11, К10, К9. Траектория землетрясения К-класса больше 11 совпадает с ограничениями объема области затишья, включающего деформации и будущий очаг разрушений.
Areas of deficiency in seismic energy release, which often occur before large crustal earthquakes, can serve as precursors. A number of studied phenomena are, for example, such precursors as seismic gaps of the second type, of the second kind. It's a Japanese scientist called Mogi, who found these gaps of second type, this type of ring seismicity. The temporal sequence of earthquakes manifested itself in space in the form of nested orbital trajectories of the distribution of earthquakes K more than 11, 10, or 9. The trajectory of earthquakes are more than when K is more than 11, coincides with the volume limits of the calm region, including deformation and the future source of destruction.
Город Ашхабад расположен непосредственно в зоне Капитак-Балханского разлома, обладающего по тектоническим данным самым высоким среди разломов на территории Туркменистана сейсмическим потенциалом магнитуды 8,0.
The city of Ashgabat is located directly in the zone of the Kopet Big Balkan Fault, which, according to the tectonic data, has the highest seismic potential among the faults in Turkmenistan.
6 октября 1948 года в районе города Ашхабада произошло сильное землетрясение. За 10-15 секунд город и ближайшие поселки были разрушены. Землетрясение зарегистрировано большим числом сейсмических станций – России, Грузии, Армении, Узбекистана, Казахстана, Азербайджана и других. Глубина очага землетрясения 18 километров, магнитуда 7,3. Это землетрясение считается одним из самых разрушительных землетрясений в истории человечества. Интенсивность сотрясений в эпицентральной области достигло до 9-10 баллов по шкале МСК-64. Основное землетрясение состояло из 2 толчков с промежутками в 5-8 секунд. Почти 100% жилых одноэтажных зданий из сырцового кирпича обвалилось и разрушилось. В городе после катастрофы осталось лишь несколько зданий, пригодных к эксплуатации после капитального ремонта.
On October 6, 1948, a strong earthquake occurred in Ashgabat region. In less than a very short period of 10 to 15 seconds, the city and nearby villages were destroyed. The earthquake was recorded by a large number of seismic stations, including those located in Russia, Georgia, Armenia, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, and others. The focal depth of the earthquake is estimated as 18 kilometers, magnitude 7.3. This earthquake is considered to be one of the most destructive earthquakes in human history. The intensity of shaking in the epicentral region reached the intensity level of 9 to 10 according to MSK 64. The main earthquake consisted of 2 shocks with the interval of 5-8 seconds. Almost 100% of residential one-story adobe constructions collapsed and were destroyed. After the disaster, only a few buildings were considered to be suitable for use after a major reconstruction.
В чем же причина таких больших потерь? Во-первых, очаг землетрясения залегал на сравнительно небольшой глубине, в густонаселенном районе. Во-вторых, сейсмология в стране делала свои первые шаги. Первая сейсмическая станция Ашхабад была открыта за год до землетрясения в 1947 году, что не позволяло объективно оценить сейсмическую опасность. Сейсмостойкие нормы были занижены на 2-3 балла. При застройке территории не учитывались инженерно-геологические свойства грунтов, гидрогеологические условия местности и расположение сейсмогенерирующих тектонических структур. И в-третьих, качеству строительства не уделялось должного внимания. Преобладали глинобитные постройки и строения из сырцового кирпича. Положение усугубило то, что землетрясение произошло глубокой ночью, когда большая часть города спала.
What is the reason for such large losses? First, the source of the earthquake resided at a relatively shallow depth within a densely populated area. Secondly, seismology in the country took its first steps. The first seismic station, Ashgabat, was opened only in 1947, so they couldn't make an objective assessment of the seismic hazard. Seismic resistance standards were also underestimated, 2 or 3 intensity points. During the construction of the city territory, the engineering characteristics, properties of soils, the hydrological conditions of the area, and the location of the main tectonic seismogenic structures were not considered in full, or even were not taken into consideration at all. And thirdly, the third problem was the quality of construction. As a consequence, adobe buildings and the buildings mostly made of raw bricks prevailed. The situation was aggravated by the fact that the earthquake occurred late at night, when most of the population of the city was sleeping.
Последствия Ашхабадского разрушительного землетрясения 6 октября 1948 года оказались катастрофическими для Туркменистана. Полностью были разрушены столица и многие окружающие селения. Тысячи жилых домов, заводы, фабрики, магазины, больницы, детские сады, школы и высшие учебные заведения, исторические архитектурные памятники превратились в груду развалин, под руинами которых погибли десятки тысяч жителей страны. Этот день стал национальной трагедией туркменского народа. С 1995 года, 6 октября, дата отмечается в Туркменистане как День памяти.
The consequences of the devastating Ashgabat earthquake on October 6, 1948 turned out to be catastrophic for Turkmenistan. The capital and many surrounding villages were completely destroyed. Thousands of residential buildings, plants, factories, shops, hospitals, kindergartens, schools, and higher education institutions, historic and architectural monuments turned into ruins, under which tens of thousands of people died. This day became the national tragedy of the Turkmen people. Since 1995, the October 6, 1948 event has been commemorated as a Memorial Day in Turkmenistan.
Ашхабадское землетрясение 1948 года фактически пробудило научную и техническую мысль, предъявило новые требования к оценке реальной сейсмической опасности, к методам расчета зданий и сооружений на сейсмические нагрузки, к качеству проектирования строительных материалов и к производству строительства в сейсмоопасных зонах.
The Ashgabat earthquake of 1948, in fact, gave rise to the heightened interest in seismology-related scientific and technical activities and presented new requirements for the assessment of real seismic hazard, for methods for calculating buildings and structures, for seismic loads, for the quality of design, building materials, and the construction in seismically active zones.
К настоящему времени в стране делается все, чтобы такой трагедии больше не повторилось. В стране действует государственная программа снижения сейсмического риска в сейсмоопасных зонах Туркменистана. Создан экспертный совет по оценке сейсмической опасности и прогнозу землетрясений при Академии наук и при участии рабочей группы Института сейсмологии и физики атмосферы Академии наук Туркменистана. Программа включает проведение работ, направленных на уточнение сейсмической опасности для территории Туркменистана, составление карт количественной оценки различных уровней детальности, определение зон возможных очагов землетрясений.
So In our country, we are doing everything possible to minimize the risk of earthquake-related tragedies. The country has a state program, seismic risk reduction in seismic zones of Turkmenistan. An expert council for seismic hazard assessment and earthquake prediction was established under the Academy of Sciences of Turkmenistan, with the participation of a working group of the Institute of Seismology and Physics of Atmosphere of the Academy of Sciences of Turkmenistan. So the program includes doing works aimed at clarifying the seismic hazard for the territory of Turkmenistan, compiling maps for the quantitative assessment of seismic hazard of various degrees of detail, and determining zones of possible earthquake sources.
Институт сейсмологии разработал национальную карту сейсмического районирования территории Туркменистана в 2017 году. И в 2023 году разработал карту сейсмического микрорайонирования города Ашхабада, столицы Туркменистана, в 2023 году. Сейчас институт занимается разработкой карт сейсмического микрорайонирования двух других городов, города Алкадак и Балканабад. Все разрабатываемые карты будут утверждены в качестве нормативных документов для строительства. На основе нормативных карт в Туркменистане осуществляется сейсмостойкое строительство, рациональное землепользование и долгосрочное социально-экономическое планирование. Оценивается сейсмическая уязвимость и возможный ущерб от разрушительных последствий сильных землетрясений.
The Institute of Seismology and Physics of Atmosphere of the Academy of Sciences of Turkmenistan developed the national map of seismic zoning of Turkmenistan in 2017 and a new seismic microzoning map of Ashgabat in 2023. And now the Institute is developing maps of Arkadag and Balkanabad cities. All new maps being developed will be approved as regulatory documents for building construction. On the basis of normative maps of seismic zoning, earthquake-resistant construction, rational land use, and long-term socioeconomic planning are carried out, and seismic vulnerability and possible damage from the destructive consequences of strong earthquakes are assessed.
В нашей стране обеспечению сейсмостойкости зданий и сооружений уделяется первостепенное значение. Большое внимание уделяется оценке сейсмической уязвимости промышленных и социальных объектов, созданию инженерно-сейсмометрической сети мониторинга в особо ответственных зданиях и сооружениях в сейсмоактивных зонах, подготовке специалистов по управлению сейсмическим риском. Успехи туркменских ученых в области сейсмостойкого строительства достигнуты благодаря совершенствованию методов расчета сооружений, получению новых строительных материалов и на их основе разработки сейсмоустойчивых конструкций. Создаются мощные базы для индустриального строительства по использованию барханных песков, отходов производства и других местных материалов, которые используются для сейсмостойкого строительства.
In Turkmenistan, ensuring the seismic resistance of buildings and structures is given the first priority. Much attention is also paid to assessing the seismic vulnerability of industrial and social facilities, creating an engineering seismometric monitoring network, especially as regards the building of critical importance and structures in seismically active zones, and training specialists in seismic risk management. The success of Turkmen scientists in the field of earthquake-resistant constructions has been achieved owing to improvement of the methods of calculating structures, obtaining new materials, and development of earthquake-resistant structures. Considerable foundations are being laid for industrial construction employing raw materials like the dune sands, production wastes, and the local materials in earthquake-resistant construction.
Новое направление сейсмологической науки – это сейсмический риск, то есть прогнозирование того, что произойдет со зданиями и сооружениями в результате землетрясений. С 2018 года Институт сотрудничества с программой развития ООН участвует в проекте усиления национального потенциала Туркменистана по оценке сейсмических рисков, предупреждению и реагированию на потенциальные землетрясения. Мотивацией для этих исследований служит возможность оперативно оценить все риски при готовящем землетрясении или только что произошедшем и быстро принять управляющие решения по снижению этих рисков и уменьшению катастрофических последствий.
A new line in seismological science is seismic risk, that is predicting what will happen to buildings and structures as a result of strong earthquakes. Since 2018, our institute, in cooperation with the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, participates in the project strengthening the national capacity of Turkmenistan in seismic risk assessment, prevention, and response to potential earthquakes. The motivation for these studies is the ability to quickly assess all the risks of an earthquake that is being prepared or just occurred, and quickly make management decisions to reduce these risks and reduce catastrophic consequences.
Большое внимание в институте уделяется сотрудничеству с международными сейсмологическими организациями. Проект улучшения системы сейсмологических наблюдений на территории города Ашхабада и вокруг него реализуется в рамках соглашения о техническом сотрудничестве, вербальных нот между правительством Японии и правительством Туркменистана. Проект направлен на модернизацию сейсмологических наблюдений, одновременное создание соответствующей информационной сети, а также инженерно-геологическое изучение и сейсмооценку территории города Ашхабад. Одним из результатов проекта будет ввод в действие цифровой системы сейсмологических наблюдений в режиме реального времени.
Much attention at our institute is paid to cooperation with international seismological organizations. The project improving the system of seismological observations in the city of Ashgabat and around it is being implemented under the technical cooperation agreement, notes verbal between the government of Japan and government of Turkmenistan. The project is aimed at modernizing the system of seismological observations, at the same time creating an appropriate information network, as well as engineering and geological study and seismic assessment of the territory of the city of Ashgabat. And one of the outcomes of the project will be the commissioning of a real-time digital seismological observation system.
За прошедшие 75 лет после возникновения Ашхабадского землетрясения город Ашхабад заново возродился и стал одним из красивейших современных городов планеты. Опыт человечества, извлеченный из множества трагедий, связанных с сейсмическими катастрофами, показывает, что можно уменьшить степень разрушительного действия землетрясения путем повышения сейсмоустойчивости зданий и сооружений. Но достигнуть это можно только при поддержке научных и технологических исследований по разработке мер по защите от стихийных бедствий. Именно такая целенаправленная политика проводится президентом нашей страны, который указал среди других приоритетов науки, науку, сейсмологию и сейсмостойкое строительство.
Over the past 75 years, the city of Ashgabat has been reborn and has become one of the most beautiful modern cities on the planet. The experience of mankind, drawn from many tragedies associated with seismic catastrophes, shows that it is possible to reduce the degree of destructive effect of earthquakes by increasing the seismic resistance of buildings and structures. But this can only be achieved with the support of scientific and technological research to develop measures to protect against natural disasters. And it is the policy pursued in our country by the president of Turkmenistan, who pointed out seismology and earthquake-resistant construction among other priorities of science.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Svetlana, for your very interesting presentation. Now, I'm sure you would have so many questions, but in the interest of time, I would like to invite now Dr. Clifford Oliver, Principal, Nanticoke Global Strategies LLC, give a presentation entitled The State of U.S. Catastrophic Planning, a U.S. Practitioner's Perspective. Dr. Oliver, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfect.
All right, thank you. I'm going to share my screen. Can you please confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes, it's okay.
All right. I'm having, please stand by for a sec. My slides are advancing on. Okay, let me see if I can. Okay, I'm sorry. All right. Again, my name is Clifford Oliver, and I'm going to give a presentation today about the state of U.S. catastrophic planning from my perspective, which is an emergency management practitioner with about 40 years of experience. Though we can discuss a number of issues related to catastrophic planning, I'm going to focus today on how best to approach catastrophic planning for future catastrophes within the United States. So the scenario is pretty clear that disasters are increasing in cost. We're seeing not only more costly, but disasters have much greater effect on our society. Of the 20 most costliest disasters, they've occurred since 1987. Many of them have occurred in the United States, and this has driven an increased attention on catastrophic planning within the United States. So the debate is how best to prepare for catastrophic planning. And in the United States, there's two issues that have been the focus of the emergency management community in how best to approach catastrophic planning. One issue is whether we should take an all hazards approach or take an approach that's based on location and hazard specific response and recovery planning. The second issue is developing a catastrophic response and recovery plans versus building frameworks. So the role of FEMA, which leads the U.S. catastrophic planning efforts, is to reduce the loss of life and property and to protect the nation from all hazards, and taking a risk-based approach to comprehensive emergency management. When Hurricane Katrina hit in the New Orleans area in 2005, there was a general consensus that all levels of government did not do a good job responding. And in response to that, Congress passed the Post-Katrina Emergency Management Reform Act, which we call pre-CAMRA, and it identified a number of areas that FEMA had to strengthen as it related to catastrophic planning. One was to build an incident annex to the National Response Framework, and then also to develop and utilize a national exercise program that built catastrophic planning response capability within the United States. So a couple of definitions that we use in the United States. We have the National Incident Management System that we call NIMS, which is a guide to how all levels of government and organizations, both in and outside of government, will work together to prevent, protect against, mitigate, and respond to and recover from incidences within the United States. Under NIMS, FEMA maintains the National Response Framework. This is a scalable and flexible, adaptable document that presents concepts that are operationalized from under the NIMS system. And it works to integrate planning and build capabilities at all levels of government to deal with and respond to cascading failures among businesses, supply chains, infrastructure sectors, to collaborate and stabilize lifelines and restore services. So some questions that we wrestle with in the United States as it relates to catastrophic planning. At the federal level, we ask, does the current federal system provide a basis for all levels of government planning initiatives that are sufficient for a large-scale event such as a catastrophe? At the state level, are states' current all-hazards disaster plans, which are developed at the encouragement of the federal government, sufficient for a large-scale event such as a catastrophe? And do states have the authority sufficient to meet the challenge? At the local government level, we know that most local governments have a local plan, but those plans are often insufficient to respond to a catastrophic event. How should this issue be addressed? So in looking at the question of should we do catastrophic planning, all hazards versus scenario-based, after a series of major landfalling hurricanes in the United States and the terrorist attack of 9/11, the federal government changed its focus of catastrophic planning from all hazards capability planning to geographic and specific scenario-based planning, where generally the planning is based on one hazard or threat occurring at one location. All hazards planning assumes that the response and recovery to all hazards is basically the same. Catastrophic scenario-based planning uses a specific event, usually in a specific location, to establish a framework for modeling hypercomplex disaster effects and then leading the response and recovery from those effects. Scenario-based catastrophic planning integrates planning and exercise phases together. It includes operations and planning, incorporates site-specific scenarios. It builds on scenario-driven workshops. It produces functional plans that can be used immediately. It addresses jurisdictional conflicts, can be exercised rapidly after development, and it promotes a unified response to catastrophes. In the United States, there's a number of different planning approaches that have been examined. Today, I'm going to briefly discuss 3 different planning approaches. One is Integrated Planning System, IPS, the North Atlantic Hypercomplexity Approach, and the Catastrophic Planning Program currently in use in the United States. So the Integrated Planning System was developed after 9/11, and it's really focused on terrorism. It is intended to deal with that when there's a terrorist event, you have a response that includes both law enforcement and first responders, emergency management, police, fire, rescue. And there's often a lot of jurisdictional issues as to who's in charge because it's a crime scene as well as a disaster response scene. And so it's a top-down federal-centric system. And that creates weaknesses in terms of catastrophic response because most catastrophic response really needs to occur more at the local level than the federal level. So it's got a number of weaknesses, and it's generally been recognized in the United States as not a good system for doing catastrophic planning. So another theory that's been around now for about 15 years is the theory of hypercomplexity in catastrophic disasters. There was a seminar in Washington in 2007, and this book was written as a result. And it talks about the deficiencies in crisis management and lays out proposals for reforms. It believes that catastrophic events are hypercomplex due to the extremely high degree of interdependent linkages in the production and delivery of basics such as food, water, electricity, natural gas, oil, and communications, and those linkages are often broken during a catastrophe. It focuses on decision-making not being limited to a central control center, but more of a distributed decision-making system. And that it recognizes that the effects of disasters go well beyond the immediate impacted area, often stretching across international boundaries and continents, and affects all aspects of human life, such as health, economics, and security. So the strengths of the hypercomplexity approach is it's international. It takes a systems approach. It allows for the possibility of real-time interventions to mitigate the effects of catastrophic events, and it uses decentralized decision-making structure. Weaknesses is that it's still kind of a theoretical-based approach, and because of that, it currently lacks benchmarks to document whether the process is making progress. So in the United States right now, we're using the catastrophic planning program to drive catastrophic planning at all levels of government. And there are 2 aspects to the program. One is national level exercises, and the other is regional catastrophic planning grant program. So this uses an extensive bottom-up regional focus process that's based on a single scenario. The approach is focused on capability and required resources. It's based on collaboration and partnerships and is holistic in nature. And it does adopt some of the theoretical aspects of North Atlantic hypercomplexity approach, such as bottom-up and decentralized decision-making. So the strengths of the program are that it's national in orientation. It's integrative and it synchronizes at all levels of government. It encourages local ownership of the catastrophic plans. It's realistic and detailed. It's an ongoing process. It's inclusive of all levels of government and all components of society. It's got a number of weaknesses. It's a complicated process, and it is focused on a single hazard, which can create some challenges depending on the type of event that you're responding to. So at the national level, we have our national level exercises, which are congressionally mandated, and it requires FEMA to no less than biannually perform a national exercise to test the nation's catastrophic capabilities at all levels of government. These are the scenarios that have been used to do national level and regional catastrophic planning in the United States. You'll see it includes a pretty wide array of both natural and man-made scenarios for catastrophic planning. So since we started doing these national level biannual exercises, these are the exercises that have been done in the United States. You'll note that when the hazard is natural, that they are site-specific, the exercises. And then if you look at the man-made being cybersecurity and terrorism, were both nationwide exercises. So the regional preparedness program is somewhat similar as the national program. Its focus is to close known gaps in housing logistics and supply chain management that are needed to respond and recover effectively from catastrophic events. It encourages innovative regional solutions that attempts to build on existing regional planning efforts. This fiscal year, Congress has appropriated $12 million for the program, and its focus is on dealing with housing, equity, climate resilience, and readiness, with an emphasis on building capabilities in disadvantaged communities in the United States. So some final thoughts. Direction of catastrophic planning. New decision-making tools are being developed that may change the way we approach catastrophic planning. Artificial intelligence may offer opportunities to improve planning processes. Time will tell whether that happens or not. The change in focus from all hazards to scenario-specific catastrophic planning is pretty much entrenched in the United States at this point. And incorporating predictive modeling techniques and analysis. I did have some discussion about this, but had to cut back on that because of the length of my presentation. But FEMA does use catastrophic predictive modeling, both in terms of hazard and threat modeling and loss estimation. In the United States, we use a tool called HAZUS, which is Hazards US, to do loss estimation modeling for large-scale disasters and catastrophic events. So preparing for a catastrophe. It's never too early to prepare. The warrior ethos, train as you fight, fight as you train, is important to building catastrophic response and recovery capacity. Leadership starts with a self-assessment. There's a need to conduct an organizational assessment, focus on human resources and their readiness. Do they clearly understand the mission, vision, and values that are trying to be achieved through the planning process? And how do you demonstrate that you care about disaster survivors? You need to be survivor-centric in your planning for catastrophes. And take a system approach, do community assessments, and do intra and interagency assessments to ensure that you're including all affected parties in your planning. And post-event recovery, remember that responding to a catastrophe is a marathon, not a sprint. Responding to catastrophes can often take a decade or generation to fully be implemented. Focus on mental health. Remember that catastrophic response and recovery is a marathon. Post-event recovery from a catastrophe is a long road, often a decade or longer. Keep in mind, some institutions never recover, and look for opportunities to create new ones in the changed landscape that occurs after a catastrophe. Continuous assessment of progress is necessary, along with constant recalibration of tactics and strategies as we learn more about hazards, as we improve our ability to predict hazards and the effects that they have on the built environment. Enlist the support of others, avoid the temptation to go it on your own because it's easier than dealing with people. Involve everyone in opportunities to apply lessons learned so that future catastrophic planning events can have improved outcomes. Thank you for your time today, and I'll return the microphone back to our host.
Thank you, Oliver, Dr. Oliver. Very clear-cut, impressive. Now, joining us online is my old friend, Director Muhammad Saidu Rahman. He's the founder and director of the Bangladesh Disaster Preparedness Center, and he will give a presentation entitled Unprecedented International Response to a Catastrophic Cyclone, the Bangladesh Case. Saidu, the floor is yours. Okay, well, we can see you now.
Well, respected moderator, Professor Satoru Nishikawa, honorable panelists, and distinguished participants. It's indeed a pleasure for me to share our experience, I would say a very positive experience, of international cooperation after a catastrophic disaster that we had 50 years back. I'd like to start with a very interesting but thought-provoking statistics. This is related to impact of disaster. I would say disproportionate of impact of hazard of the same intensity in two different countries. I'm sure most of you know that in 1991, there was a very devastating cyclone in Bangladesh, and 138,000 people were killed. A year later, there was Hurricane Andrew, and the wind speed of the hurricane was 266 kilometers, much higher than the wind speed that we had in Bangladesh. Can you imagine how many people were killed by this hurricane? Only 17. So it's not the fury of the hazard. It's not the intensity of either floods or cyclones which are responsible for loss of life and property. There are many other factors, social factors, economic factors, factors related to physical infrastructure, to state of disaster management, etc. And these are the reasons the impact of disaster in a developing country is much higher than that in the Western world. Let me tell you about the catastrophic cyclone of 1970. This was the path of the cyclone, and you see the eye of the cyclone. These are original satellite picture. You can see how severe the cyclone was coming. And it made colossal loss of life and property. Let me show you some images. It's horrible. In fact, this was the worst hydrometeorological disaster in the recorded history of the world, because in one night, it killed 1 million people, and 3 million people were affected. Ladies and gentlemen, let me talk about international cooperation. The loss was colossal, but you would appreciate to know that response from the international community was unprecedented. There was a coincidence. When the cyclone struck Bangladesh, on 12th of November, United Nations General Assembly was in session 25. So they adopted a resolution number 2643. Let me read the relevant part of the resolution. The title of that resolution is Assistance to Pakistan in Connection with the Cyclone and Tidal Bore of November 1970. It starts by saying, the General Assembly, deeply grieved over the immense loss of life and destruction of property as a result of the recent severe cyclone and the tidal bore in East Pakistan. It continues by saying, the General Assembly appeals to the governments of states members of the United Nations and members of specialized agencies to make generous contribution through the United Nations system or other channel for emergency relief to the victims of the disaster. The resolution also said that the General Assembly requests them to provide the largest possible volume of resources in order to assist the government of Pakistan in implementing the programs for reconstruction, rehabilitation, and development in the affected areas. In line with that resolution, ladies and gentlemen, a massive operation was mounted by the international community. Not only relief and rehabilitation, they spent hundreds of billions of dollars in reconstruction and the community capacity development. Under the leadership of the United Nations, the development partners, the entire Red Cross community of the world, and the international NGOs contributed very generously. You will appreciate to know that over 70 countries of the world contributed their best to alleviate the sufferings of the people affected by the disaster. The International Red Cross coordinated the response from the National Red Cross societies. Deliberately, I have put Japanese Red Cross at the top of the list because I know very well, but I used to work for International Red Cross at that time, that the great support that has been given by the Japanese Red Cross. Under the reconstruction phase, not only the international community invested in the development of infrastructure, but they did a very good job in strengthening the capacity of the meteorological department so that in the future, the prediction could be right. A massive afforestation program was carried on. And very interestingly, under the leadership of the World Bank, a large number of cyclone shelters are built. These are the modern cyclone shelters, newly built. Today, there are more than 4,500 shelters. And these shelters are normally used when there is no cyclone for schools, for colleges, for community activities. So it is kept busy. You will appreciate to know that in the last cyclone Ambal, held in 2020, over 2 million people were affected to these shelters. Ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate the great thing that was done with the support of the community, of the international community, was to develop the capacity of the community so that they themselves could face the disaster. You know, every disaster creates opportunity. This cyclone of 1970 created the opportunity to establish Cyclone Preparedness Program, which is better known as CPP. It's a program of volunteers drawn from the community. Today, the entire coastal belt and the offshore islands are covered under this program. 40 million people live in these cyclone-prone areas. And you would appreciate to know that there are 76,000 volunteers and 50% of them are women. There are 10 men and 10 women in each and every village in the coastal belt. Now, what are their responsibilities? Their responsibilities covered A to Z, but the highest focus on early warning dissemination, because if you remember the eye of the cyclone, 1970 cyclone that I've shown you, the meteorologists knew how severe the cyclone was, but the warning was not disseminated to the people at risk. So now, Alhamdulillah, the CPP is actively engaged in that. Also, they're engaged in evacuation, providing, rescuing people, providing first aid and relief and rehabilitation. Let me show you some of the images of how the volunteers operate. As I told you, that the most important responsibility is the dissemination of early warning. During the cyclone, the CPP volunteers go to the village and village, house to house, warning people that, hey, cyclone is coming. Don't stay at home. Move to the cyclone shelter. These are very easy way of warning people. When one flag is hoisted, it means something has formed, this warning is given. When two flags are hoisted, it means danger signal. It is coming towards you. And when three flags are hoisted, it's a great danger for the people in that locality. As I said, they rescue people from who are drowned, they provide first aid, and during the height of the cyclone, those people who are trapped in the houses, particularly elderly and women, they are evacuated by the CPP volunteers. At this stage, I think I should share with you that in 1991, while the volunteers are in operation, 26 cyclone preparedness program volunteers lost their lives. Now, when there is no cyclone, what do? They run massive public awareness program. They make the students aware of the risks that are posed and what to do and what not to do. Children are the best educator. They take this message back to their parents. The CPP volunteers conduct massive mock demonstration, which are observed and enjoyed by thousands of community people. Ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, thanks to Allah, that the mortality rate has very significantly reduced. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this is only because of the successful operation of the cyclone preparedness program. No, I'm not saying that. There are so many other factors. The awareness level have been increased. The physical infrastructure are more stronger now. People are more aware. The state of disaster preparedness is much higher. The volunteers, as I said, there are 76,000 volunteers. Why do they work as volunteers? Actually, they are volunteers in the truest sense of the term. They don't get even $1 for the services that they give. So what are the motivation? They are recognized and appreciated by the community, by the people, by the administration, by the government at the highest level. And I must tell you that is helping people in time of need is a part of our religion, part of our culture. Let me show you some of the slides of recognition by the government at the highest level. This image was taken in 1973. The then Prime Minister, father of the nation, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, was addressing thousands of cyclone preparedness program volunteers using our wireless network. And the current Prime Minister, very recently, was recognizing a women volunteer for outstanding performance. CPP has got international recognition. Only 2 years back, United Nations Service Award was given to Cyclone Preparedness Program. The Minister for Disaster Management, you can see on the left that he is holding that award. Now, as I said, Cyclone Preparedness Program started immediately after the disaster in 1971. Now, 50 years gone, the program is still sustained. Why? What are the keys of sustainability? 100% support and appreciation from the government at all levels. In fact, 100% cost, recurring cost is covered by the government. And I must say that the international support is still continued. But from my experience, I can tell you, because I was very fortunate to be the first director of the program, the most important point is this: the program is driven by the community, led by the community, and owned by the community. Coming back to the title of this session, Catastrophic Disaster and International Cooperation. As I've told you, that the projects and programs that were initiated with international cooperation still have positive impact in the country. The cyclone preparedness program is continued. The cyclone shelter program is being continued. Afforestation program is being continued. So I think the international cooperation in time of catastrophic disaster, in case of Bangladesh, is a successful case. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Saidur, for your very impressive presentation. Now we have about 10 minutes for panel discussion. The time is short, so I would raise one question each to our panelists. My first question to Svetlana would be, how have you utilized international knowledge in developing your new seismic zone map?
Институт сейсмологии и физики атмосферы Академии наук Туркменистана расширяет постоянно географию международного сотрудничества. Мы сотрудничаем с Россией, Великобританией, США, Австрией, Арменией, Азербайджаном, Китаем, Узбекистаном и многими другими странами.
Our Institute of Seismology and Physics of Atmosphere of the Academy of Sciences of Turkmenistan is broadening international cooperations with different countries, including Russia, Great Britain, America, Austria, Armenia, Azerbaijan, China, Uzbekistan.
Именно усовершенствуя японскую методику, усовершенствовали мы метод и построили новую методику, новый инновационный метод, систему автоматизированного построения скоростного строения при поверхностной толще, позволяющую проводить массовое обследование территории перспективного строительства и получать результаты в виде 3D распределения превращения бальности и 2D распределения скоростей.
We used method, which was initially a Japanese innovative method, and we further improved it. And now we're using so-called subsurface seismic velocity model. So we just have, as a result, we have a 3D distribution model with adding, and we add intensity of 2D image in order to assess if the territory is suitable for building in this area.
На территории нового сейчас строящегося города Аркадак как раз эта методика внедряется. В отличие от других геофизических методов, эта методика, новый инновационный метод, позволяет проводить массовое обследование территории без проведения, без бурения исследовательских скважин. Это очень важно, потому что очень дорогостоящее это занятие.
And now we are using this method in Arkadag city, and this new innovative method. And the other important thing is that we don't need to do well drilling if we use this method, because well drilling is very expensive. So now we can assess everything without drilling.
И самое активное сотрудничество, конечно, у нас с Японией, с JICA. Как я говорила уже в докладе, как подробно, может, расскажет профессор, это очень активное сотрудничество, очень полезное для Туркменистана, большую оказывает помощь для нашего института и для нашей страны.
And of course, I'd like to mention that we have really active cooperation with Japan and with JICA. And so we get a lot of support from JICA and want to thank JICA for it.
Thank you. Now, my question goes to Clifford. You have emphasized the necessity to incorporate predictive modeling techniques and analysis. And I was wondering, will you be looking for examples of predictive modeling by other countries?
Yes, and we do that now. As an example, the National Hurricane Center to forecast hurricane track and intensity uses a family of models. And two of those, as an example, is United Kingdom Meteorological Office's Cyclone Predictive Model and the European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting are two of the 19 models that the Hurricane Center uses to predict hurricanes. So we do that as well in other disaster and other hazards and disaster types. We normally use a family of models and then try to do a best fit amongst the outputs of those models as to what we think is the most reasonable prediction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, my question to my dear Saidur. I'm really impressed by your success in Bangladesh. And I'm wondering, how can your success be practiced by other countries who are now suffering from violent hydrometeorological disasters? If you have any ideas or suggestions, please.
Oh, thank you very much for appreciating what we're doing in Bangladesh. In fact, apart from the Cyclone Preparedness Program, which is globally acclaimed, apart from the Cyclone Shelter Program, which are making tremendous impact, there are certain other policy and operational instruments like the Disaster Management Act, the Disaster Management Framework of Bangladesh, and very interestingly, the Standing Order on Disaster. These are all available in the website of our Ministry of Disaster Management and Relief. So if you go to www.modmr.gov.bd, you will get everything. Having said that, we would always welcome delegations from the countries which are interested to know more about Bangladesh to visit Bangladesh so that they can see for themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we have 2 more minutes, and I would open the floor for maybe one question. Yes, Professor Ono, you have the floor. Your microphone is coming.
Thank you. My question is my dear friend, Mr. Saidu Rahman, Yuichi Ono speaking. Yes, Bangladesh has a remarkable progress on the cyclone prevalence program and under your leadership. Then my question now is you now have a more protecting assets. Cyclone prevalence program, the evacuation center and so on. You save lives dramatically, reducing the loss of lives. But you now have more assets to protect. Do you have any measures to protect not just saving lives, but for the assets, livelihood? Do you have any ongoing projects or initiatives? Please share with us. Thank you.
Domo arigato for your question. Very relevant question. Now in the modern cyclone shelter, the ground floor is kept open for livestock. For poor people in rural Bangladesh, a cow or a buffalo or some cattle are very important asset. So that is being protected. Apart from that, the fishing community, they are warned. The special warning is given for the fishing community, so that when there is warning, the people should not go out in the deep sea for fishing. So we are trying. I'm not saying what we have done is the final one, but we are trying to develop other areas where both life and livelihoods are protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Donovan.
Thank you. Thank you for all the panelists. I'm afraid the time is already up, but please give a big hand to all the presentations and also for the people who have joined us online despite the midnight in their time. So I will pass my microphone to Professor Koike now.
We are going to have the break from now, and during the break, we would invite the representative of the Turkey for their report on the serious the earthquake disaster in Turkey. If we are very happy to. If you could stay here and share this report with our Turkey colleagues. But the break is now start, okay? And Nishikawa sensei, please go.
So I'll hand the microphone back to the general moderator. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
As I introduced, we would invite Dr. Michel Durour, from he's an advisor of the Turkey Academia, and he will introduce the report on the earthquake in Turkey. Please, your floor.
Hello, thank you so much. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, everyone, dear President, dear participant. Thank you so much for this very valuable invitation and very meaningful international organization organized by the pioneering of the Japan Science Council. And today, because of my time limit, I would like to present it very fast. Going to talk about TUBA's finding and on East Anatolian fault line earthquakes. Many of you know that in this year, or in February, we had very heartbreaking and devastating 2 earthquakes, our eastern and south side. And after it, we lost our lives, more than 50,000 people, and then 11 cities affected badly. And as you can see that this region, almost 11 cities were under the effect of the earthquake. And as soon as learning the real effect of the earthquake, and our countries, which all capacity focused on this region with the help of especially international help. Also, Japan was one of the first countries who already reached the region. So the total cost of this earthquake now, the most important part is the lives, but also $104 billion calculated and declared by President Erdogan. And just after the earthquake, as Turkish Academy of Science, we couldn't wait as we did before during global outbreak. The most important report written by Turkish Academy of Science with the pioneering information of the scientists. Also, just after the earthquake, while the rescue team working in the cities got affected by the earthquake, scientists behind started to collecting data to evaluate real situation for the evaluation of the rehabilitation activities. And then just after this earthquake to 2022 February 2023, we had our international symposium. Even President of the General Assembly was on the table, and we talked about the real size of this effective, devastating earthquake. At the end, after 2 weeks, we have published the report, which was underlined the main effects of the earthquake. At the end, as for chapters, we detail many information which can be useful for scientists, also for the policymakers. In the first chapter, we analyze of the past earthquake in Turkey and the assessment of the current earthquake. And the second chapter, problems and interaction of the 2023 East Anatolian fault line earthquakes, and chapter 3, possible earthquakes awaiting Turkey and the recommendation of different scientific disciplines. And the chapter 4 about conclusion. The report generally as appendix, including many valuable information, how many tent used, how many projects started, how many international help, how much international help Turkey got during these procedures. And it is now only in Turkish, but we have executive summary and to Turkish Academy of Science website. What makes this report important? That it was interdisciplinarity, not only engineer and the other earthquake positive science expert focused on, also social scientists, psychologists, doctor, everyone, as the prominent member of the Turkish Academy of Science, try to contribute our report. And when we look at the international rescue support, we got actively in the field. More than 6,000 international rescue operation team were on the ground working very hard, and we are really grateful. And when I was in Japan just last week, I heard that also even in convenience stores everywhere, there were boxes for helping Turkey. I am especially grateful to the Japanese people and Japan society for their endless friendship and support. And during this procedure, Turkish government Turkish government organized a disaster management authority table even dear President Erdogan and the Interior Minister were on the field and making their announcements as a one team. Everything managed under around one table. And there are also civilian and private NGOs too. But authorities generally wanted to rule everything from the one hand, not to miss any point, because the whole decision was about the lives of people. So in the report also we emphasize disaster management from preparation, response, and recovery in a three chapter in detail, and mitigation and the policy strategy also was one of the most important underlined. What remarks me more, as I'm not the author, I was just listening to sessions, and the use of integration of new technology, as you know, Internet of Things, AI technology, big data. For example, we had more than 100,000 wounded people in the hospital. We're trying to find their family, their relatives, and we used their AI technology to find their families. Also, Turkish drones were the part of this rescue operation. First day was because of the cloudy and very strong snowy weather condition. Our helicopter even cannot fly first day, but after the second day, even drones were providing data to this center, and Turkish authorities tried to benefit from these emerging technologies. So crisis management method, there was totally agreement and consolidation between ministries, and Ministry of Industry and Environment and Ministry of Interior Affairs, all on the one table and all working from the same policy. And this makes our policy not totally. Of course, there was weak points, which we cannot say that everything was perfect. But I think as long as I look at the findings of the report, the central government's policy worked better than our earlier earthquake experience. And the reports also at the executive, in the executive summary, emphasize the law and judicial system. For example, in Turkish judicial system, constructing style and law almost same as the Japanese or other countries, but the implementation or application of this law, there is deficiency or not real performance which we desire. That's why, especially after this earthquake, it will be clear. It has been understood that going to be clear more strong and strict rules, and judicial system should be reform needed partially, but mostly we need application coercion. Now government are also working on this application, doing by municipalities and local management. On the other hand, in the report, one's title was important, farming and agriculture. As you see, many of experts are there and follow the photos, and even the garden and the plate of the farmers are changed a little bit, and then livestock losses and landslide erosion, and there are many effects, and that's why the report must be interdisciplinary, not only engineering science and environment science. Other scientists were partially in the report. And just after the global outbreak, one of the main topic is here public health. From the first moment of the earthquake, many hospitals are settled, and then Ministry of Health got alarmed against such infectious disease, and mental health, other water sanitation procedures also provided by our municipalities. For example, in the center of Turkey, there are Ankara, Konya, and other Kayseri big cities just affiliated with the affected regions, and they started directly from water and electric system to provide people healthy water and good electricity supply. At the end, just after many months, now we can see the real psychology and the trauma of the earthquake. Many of you know that first responders and the shock, during the shock, families who lost their lives and got affected lose their arms or organs. They don't react. But after many times, especially when they wake up in the hospital, there were also needed special support for them. And many of psychologists, doctor, even from my university's campus, one doctor, psychologist assigned to the region to support people. That's why this trauma and the project as to this trauma and psychology supported by European Union and also Turkish local authorities just started in the region to integrate these people to society and like restart. At the end, it was as last emphasized in 4th chapter, they are offering emergency planning because we don't have time to because people were living in the tent. Almost now more than 1,000 rebuilding social home project is going on, especially with not only Turkish own capacity, but also international support and budget are using here. And infrastructure reinforcement and policy changes, these are at the same time evaluating on the table. For example, before the plateau where is on the fault line, we're using now local municipalities carried these settlers to the outskirts of the mountain, and new buildings, new homes are building there right now to not to live the same tragedy. More quality and more safe, less floor, which is also evaluated, which is also decided by the experts checking the ground quality. And the most important point, which is report strictly offering that bringing front public awareness, which is what we really need. Because of Istanbul's situation, we are talking about 18 million populated city. So public awareness is now the most important topic. The conclusion, disasters such as earthquake cause significant damage, and it's impressive to address their threats and on a scientific basis. From the first moment of this natural disaster, as scientists, we are forcing scientists as the producing driving sources. Otherwise, as many of you know, that if we are living in digitally polluted area times, means that every day there are there are publications and which declare themselves one of the most scientific sources, and people are taking information there and using this to hinder this situation. As Turkish Academy of Science, we are forcing and we are calling our scientists in every moment, which is generally commonly affecting society, coming together, talking and sharing with society our thought as scientists. Because not doing this one, the information cannot be evaluated on the scientific basis, it will take the ground. And recommendation in this report stressed the importance of taking immediate action in the aftermath of the earthquake and implementing long-term solution with a proactive approach. This proactive approach also includes this public awareness mostly. We hope that by taking the impact of the earthquake, citizens, policymakers, and the communities can work together to mitigate disaster well before they occur. Again, the last sentence emphasized is the public awareness these days. So I am really thankful to Japan Science Council and valuable representative to giving us this chance to share our thought as the National Science Academy of Turkey. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would express my sincere thanks to the Turkey Academy of Science for its great effort for documentation of this the catastrophic earthquake in your country, for sharing this scientific understanding with the wider community. Thank you very much for your introduction.
Okay, it is now time to begin the next section. In the morning, we had a theme in the morning and afternoon, in early afternoon, we have a theme 1, which was experience from the catastrophic disaster. And we reviewed for the 1923 earthquake in Japan, and also similar catastrophic events in other countries. Under the second theme, there are pathways to overcome catastrophic disasters. We begin with session 2.1, projected catastrophic disasters. And my name is Kenji Satake, and I'm a professor of Earthquake Research Institute at the University of Tokyo, and I'll moderate this session. So the first, to begin, we welcome Dr. Iwaki Asako, Chief Researcher, National Research Institute of Earth Science and Disaster Resilience, for a presentation titled Progress of Seismology and its Application Towards Seismic Disaster Risk Reduction. So Dr. Iwaki, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for your introduction. My name is Asako Iwaki from NID Japan. The title is Progress of Seismology and its Application Towards Seismic Disaster Risk Reduction. So as an introduction, I am showing the prediction for a scenario case of the anticipated Nankai Trough earthquake by the Cabinet Office of Japan, showing the seismic intensity and the building severe damage. Japan is surrounded by potential source areas of megathrust earthquakes, such as 1923 Kanto earthquake and 2011 Tohoku earthquake, and also Nankai Trough earthquakes, which have repeatedly occurred with around 100 years interval in the history. So we should all agree that it is an urgent issue to predict and prepare for the catastrophic seismic disaster. And Nankai Trough is definitely one of the most urgent issue. And in addition to the subduction zone earthquakes, we should also pay attention to the potential inland shallow earthquakes. There are numerous active faults in the inland part of Japan islands that can potentially cause destructive shallow earthquakes, such as 1995 Kobe earthquake and 2016 Kumamoto earthquakes. So this map shows the major active faults mapped based on the database by AIST. And this maps, the right figure shows the major earthquakes that occurred after 1923 in Japan. So the focus of my talk will be the current status and issues of prediction and preparedness for the future seismic disaster in Japan. So in this slide, I will very, very briefly go over some of the milestones in seismic events on the top, and also the major actions toward disaster mitigation in Japan. So after the occurrence of 1923 Kanto earthquake, the Earthquake Research Institute in the University of Tokyo was established in 1925. And 1984 Fukui earthquake, magnitude 7.1, it caused very severe building damage in Fukui area. And the building collapse rate was higher than 60%, which is very, very shocking, because at that time in Fukui area, most of the buildings were very newly rebuilt after the damage of the World War II. So after this earthquake, the Building Standard Act was created in 1950, and strong motion observation started in the Earthquake Research Institute of University of Tokyo in 1953. So I will skip to 1995 Hyogo-ken Nambu Kobe earthquake, magnitude 7.3. And after this Kobe earthquake,
The Act of Special Measures on Earthquake Disaster Countermeasures was issued by the government. Following that, an organization called the Headquarters for Earthquake Research Promotion, called HERP, was established. And established of HERP accelerated the seismological research, including the installment of nationwide seismic observation network, which greatly improved the seismic intensity observation system. So let me highlight two major topics of the products from seismology. One is the first release of the National Seismic Hazard Maps in 2005 released by HERP. And the other one is the start of the earthquake early warning operated by Japan Meteorological Agency, JMA, in 2007. So these are the major products of seismology that is used to seismic disaster mitigation after the Kobe earthquake. So in 2011, the Great Tohoku magnitude 9 earthquake occurred, and new technology has started, such as the enhancement of ocean bottom seismic observation. So modern seismology in Japan developed with the development of seismic observation since late 19th century. Various kinds of observation systems provide essential data for earth science studies. So these 4 panels in the middle shows some of the examples of what can be revealed using seismic and other geophysical observation data, including earthquake source, very quick and precise determination of the earthquake source location and its characteristics, and also crustal deformation, which is the large-scale movement of the crust associated with the earthquake, and also the earth structure from the deep mantle crust to the very shallow part of the subsurface. So this figure on the left shows the area with the very severe damage, building damage during the 1995 Kobe earthquakes, estimated by the field survey, called the damage belt. So at the time of 1995 Kobe earthquake, the number of the observation station was not enough to represent the damage belt, and that's why it had to be estimated by the field survey. So after this 1995 earthquake, the observation networks have been drastically enhanced. So the figure in the middle shows the distribution of the observation networks by JMA at the time of Kobe earthquake. And after the earthquake, it was enhanced. And now the distribution of the seismic intensity observation system is shown in the right panel. That's the combination of the observation networks of 3 networks from JMA, and the green one shows the prefectures or the local government, and also NID. So it was a very drastic change. So in this slide, I briefly introduced about the seismic hazard and risk assessment. So seismic hazard assessment is the quantification of the ground motion intensity level with associated uncertainty. And it is achieved by assembling all fields of seismology and related studies. So for example, we have to have source model and source activity models, and using the research results from earthquake source physics and geological and geomorphological surveys. And also the propagation, we need propagation models of the seismic waves, and using the earth structure models, and also the theoretical and computational wave propagation research results. So using these models, we create ground motion prediction shaking maps, or the probabilistic seismic hazard assessment maps, and also the damage estimation and risk assessment, management, and response measures can be achieved by using these results. So as I mentioned before, an organization called the Headquarters for Earthquake Research Promotion, HERP, was established after 1995 Kobe earthquake as a special governmental organization attached to the Prime Minister's office. And now it belongs to the next Ministry of Education, Science, Sports, and Technology. So the basic objective of HERP is to promote research of earthquakes in order to strengthen earthquake disaster prevention measures, especially for the reduction of damages from earthquakes. So one of the products of HERP is called long-term evaluation, which is the seismic activity and long-term occurrence probabilities for the major active faults that's shown in the middle, and also for the subduction zone earthquakes that's shown in the right. So they are evaluated using research results from observation, historical data, geological and geomorphological survey, etc. And as a product of long-term evaluation and strong motion evaluation by HERP, the first national seismic hazard maps were released in 2005. So the national seismic hazard maps is composed of two parts. One is the probabilistic seismic hazard map on the right, and the other one is rather deterministic scenario shaking map for major active faults. So these national seismic hazard maps have been continuously updated and improved and released every year, adapting the state-of-the-art evaluation of research results. So the occurrence of 2011 Tohoku earthquakes exhibited unanticipated natural phenomena, including the earthquake magnitude that we could not predict before the occurrence of the earthquake. So we learned how we had not known. So I leave this topic to the panel discussion. So in summary, in the last 100 years since the Kanto earthquake, the progress of seismology have contributed to various technologies and systems for seismic hazard assessment and disaster mitigation. So establishment of HERP after the Kobe earthquake further accelerated seismological research and its application, including the enhancement of nationwide seismic observation. And the National Seismic Hazard Maps was released in 2005, and earthquake early warning by JMA started in 2007. And the 2011 Tohoku earthquake was an unanticipated huge event. So based on the lessons from this earthquake, major revision was made to the National Seismic Hazard Map. So considering the uncertainty of the natural phenomena of the earthquake. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Iwaki. Next, Professor Koshimura Shunichi, Deputy Director and Professor of International Research Institute of Disaster Science, Tohoku University, gives a presentation titled Catastrophic Tsunami Disaster, Its Impact, Disaster Response, and Mitigation. So, Professor Koshimura, are you ready? Once you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Satake. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Shunichi Koshimura from the International Research Institute of Disaster Science, Tohoku University. So I'm talking about the catastrophic tsunami disaster, its impact, disaster response, and mitigation. So let me begin with the catastrophe we experienced 12 years ago. So the cascade of earthquake and tsunami disaster caused devastating impact to a society. The extensive tsunami inundation reached about 40 meters above sea level and caused more than 18,000 fatalities. That was up to 3% of the population in an inundation zone. Devastating damages caused economic losses estimated as 25 trillion Japanese yen, and that was a quarter of the annual budget of Japan. So the Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami disaster revealed many problems in Japan's disaster management policies, and that these have undergone reforms in the years since the promote initiatives for building national resilience. However, we all recognize that the 2011 event is not the greatest catastrophe. Our great concern is the next Nankai Trough earthquake and tsunami disaster we are expecting to happen next 30 years or less, who knows. The worst scenario that Professor Hayashi mentioned this morning, that actually the Cabinet Office of Japan estimated is more than 10 times severer than we had 12 years ago. So our challenge is to enhance disaster resilience to overcome this hardship. So how we enhance our disaster resilience? So we hope that the catastrophe will not come tomorrow. So let's see what we will have in the future from technological point of view and ourselves. So a good part is we have the great advances of science and technology that we want to expect to help us. Personal smart devices, mega satellite constellation for robust and resilient communication, and then computing capability, including quantum computing for optimizing solutions, connected and automated drive system. I'm not sure if this will help us surviving from disaster, thinking of the heavy traffic jam that happened during the tsunami attack in 2011. The great concern is a degrading structural functionality and sea level change will increase our vulnerability. And we are all getting older. So this is what I called inevitable future. Should we discuss pathways to overcome the future catastrophes by backcasting from this inevitable future? So what makes it possible to enhance disaster resilience is, we believe, the digital twin. So I would like to ask you a question. If you get a health tracking device on you today, the fact is that so many of us have the technological marvels on our body. These devices are collecting data about our health, steps and walking distances, time of sleep, even our heart rates. They have very powerful mathematical and statistical models that have learned from the data to classify whether you are working or sleeping. So the revolutions happen when we start putting our data and the models together. Updating data, the models are also updated. When something changes on your body, the app will give you the prediction or recommendation to yourself. This is a concept of the digital twin. So we get the data from the real world using sensing technologies and the monitoring structural conditions, monitoring instruments on the aircraft, even the Earth observations. So the key is to gain the insights to avoid disasters. So disaster digital twin is capturing the disaster processes in the physical world and creating the copy in the cyber world, running simulations with the copied data to focus the consequences, acquire optimal solutions, and provide insights into the physical world's policy or decision. So current status of the tsunami digital twin is our unique real-time tsunami inundation focused technology. By capturing real-time Earth observation, Earth processes such as strong ground motion, crustal movement by GeoNet GSI, we estimate the tsunami source model and simulate tsunami propagation and inundation, and provide insights into disaster response policies. Tohoku University's supercomputer Aoba serves as the core simulation architecture and is operated in emergency situations to complete the forecast in several minutes. So in 2018, the system became fully operational as a function of the tsunami disaster response system of the government of Japan. A Tohoku University-based startup, RTAcast, is operating the focus system by the recognition that the disaster resilience should be achieved through collaborations with the end users, government, academias, and private sectors. So this is a use case of utilizing our focused product by one of the end users, the fixture of government, the regular disaster response roles. They receive the focused products with uncertain earthquake scenarios. So they receive the focused product as inundation depth, building damage, and exposed populations to make their decision of the search and rescue operation, medical services, identifying rural network recovery, and providing supplies to the affected people. So ultimately, we want to make tsunami digital twin to save lives as a personalized alert. capturing real-world individuals' data into the cyber world to provide appropriate guidance to survive or to be saved. In other words, to be resilient. The challenge is how we can gain the capabilities of sensing the real world's data activities, how we can enhance the real-time computing capability to make cyber world's time faster, shorter than the real world time one. But soon, I think we believe that we can achieve it. So in the aftermath of the disaster strikes, we will face great uncertainties. This is an illustration of how the uncertainties get greater and greater in understanding complex disaster processes. The magnitude of tsunami hazard, structural performance, exposure, or how we respond and how we recover. In a disaster management point of view, in each phase of the response and recovery, we make our decision. The point is, which is better decision? To be safer and more resilient. I think that point is which is better, the decision to be safer and more resilient, not that our society goes to catastrophe. I believe that this is the most important functionality of the digital twin as a form of convergence of knowledge towards resilient society. I will explain this in the afterwards in the panel discussion. So, as a summary, I suggest the 4 points as the pathways to overcome catastrophic disasters. It is important to revisit the sequences and consequences of catastrophes. In other words, the cascades of disasters to learn from the past, forecast the future. And on the other hand, backcasting from inevitable future is critical to discuss future disaster resilience from the viewpoint of advances of new technologies that can help and growing concern about the variability. Still, we have the limitations of understanding complex disaster processes and great uncertainties. The last, the utilizing convergence of knowledge towards a resilient society is also the important. I think that's all. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Koshimura. The next, Professor Hirabayashi Yukiko, Professor of Department of Civil Engineering, Shibaura Institute of Technology, gives a presentation titled Climate Change Impacts on Catastrophic Meteorological Disasters. So, Professor Hirabayashi, the floor is yours.
This is my great pleasure to be here. So I will talk about weather-related disasters. So the latest IPCC report has released 2021-2022, and here's just one slide I got from the working group too. And the report said there are so many concerns about the increase in weather-related disasters, including heat waves, water scarcity, flood security, and flood risk. So I just pick up several news in this summer in Japan or Tokyo or India. So here's just one example, weather-related disasters, heat waves, or the high temperature issue. So in every year, in many places, we can see such kind of bad news related to weather-related hazards. For example, in Japan, the risk of high temperature is increasing. So I just showed the high temperature ranking in Japan after 1891, the start of the statistics, and the 1 to 4th record hot year since this year is within the past 5 years. And this year is also really hot, and I think this year will update this ranking. And the high temperature impacts on industry, such as outdoor working hours and health hazards. Also, in future climate, we are sure that the future increasing extreme hot days, depending on scenario. So to project such kind of weather-related hazards, which occurs in the low probability, the latest technology of climate simulation enable us to
evaluate such kind of the weather-related disasters by creating a large amount of Earth in the computer. So here, in the current climate, we calculate the current climate by hundreds or the more to produce the condition and then pick up the extreme weather-related hazards and then show the probability like red line. And when we do the same things without human-induced climate change, we also get the probability of weather-related disasters. And by comparing these lines, we can get the change of the probability occurrence of weather-related hazard. And we can also do the same for future climate. So by utilizing this kind of technology, the latest IPCC report showed this diagram. So here is the global map. Here's North America, South America, Africa, Eurasia, Australasia. Unfortunately, Japan is included in East Asia. And upper panel is the red color is the place where high temperature has already increased due to human-induced climate change. And the lower panel is the same, but for heavy rainfall. Even though the location of the increase, this green line is smaller compared to high temperature, but the heavy rainfall has already increased due to human-induced climate change. Here's another example. Utilizing this kind of simulation, we also get how much the past climate change increased the risk of heavy rainfall events. That is the case of East Japan typhoon rainfall in 2019. And the upper left panel is observation, and the upper right panel is the historical experiment by computer simulation. And when we reproduce this condition without considering human-induced climate change since 1980 or 1850, we can see that the precipitation amount increased up to 30.6%. So it means that the rise in temperature has increased the rainfall of the typhoon in eastern Japan. So here's the same similar trial, but for the river floods that occurred in the world between 1951 to 2010. And the global warming affects probability of disastrous flooding of 20 out of 52 floods in these areas. And the blue color is the place the occurrence of flood increased, and the red color is decreased due to the low snow melt and so on. And here you can see in East Asia and South Asia, South America, the past climate change has increased the probability of occurrence of river flooding. And here is the time series of the increase or decrease of the events. And you can see in the recent decade, probability of occurrence increased. So up to now, I just talk about normal future climate, but past or the climate change scenario. But actually in the latest IPCC report mentioned qualitative impact of tipping element for the first time. Tipping element is the geophysical critical phenomena. So that is irreversible change that occur when a certain threshold tipping is exceeded. Here's just one example of the one of the tipping, the collapse of the ice sheet. And the sea level rise estimation of these colored lines are the normal projection, normal climate scenario. And this dot line is the new one in the latest IPCC report. If tipping occurred, the sea level rise drastically increase. And many of you may know most megacities are located along coast. So if tipping occurs, many people will be affected. So what happens if tipping should occur? I just pick up two examples related to collapse of ice sheet. As I show you, the sea level rise increase associated with warming climate, and up to about 1 meter is projected by 2100 for the normal climate projection. And if we extend this up to 2300, several meters height of sea level is projected. But when if the instability of ice sheet, such as in Western Antarctic, continues, the upper limit could reach up to 15 meters or more, up to 2300. So, and this is just an example of the 7-meter sea level rise due to collapse of Greenland ice sheet. So that in Japan, most of the coastlines will be disappeared. So here is just the example sea level rise. But also the collapse of ice sheet increased freshwater supply to the ocean, which leads to irreversible ocean cycle change. And one of the typical the ocean change is the AMOC, Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation. So due to the increase of freshwater supply, AMOC becomes slower or even stoppage, and then it may cause the large scale the weather changes. And there are several researches about what happened of the AMOC stoppage condition that is we experienced in Younger Dryas period, and including weakening of Africa and Asia monsoons or drying of Mesoamerica and Europe, or the wet in the mid-lateral North America. But still the impact on atmospheric moderate weather hazard is unknown. So the analyzing the relationship between AMOC and weather-related disaster is still challenging. Therefore, the Japanese government or Ministry of Environment just started a new project from this April to combine the large ensemble climate experiment of couple simulation of land, atmosphere, ocean, as well as downscaling and bias correction to analyze this relationship. So as climate change advances, the frequency and severity of weather-related disasters such as heat waves, heavy rainfall, and flooding are expected to rise. Through the utilization of large ensemble climate experiments, the impact of climate change on weather-related disasters has been confirmed, with projections indicating future rates of increase as well. So, but in addition to that, if our climate goes beyond tipping point, this might lead to catastrophic changes. Disaster sea level rise ranging from several meters to as much as 10 meters. Or the AMOC change may cause large-scale climate change. A rapid transition to a low-carbon society is important in reducing the likelihood of such catastrophic tipping point. In the same time, since climate change is already underway, promoting appropriate adaptation measures to counter the increasingly frequent weather-related disaster is also utmost important. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Hirabayashi. Next, Dr. Christopher Allen, economist for European Commission, is joining us in personal capacity and gives a presentation entitled Economic Instruments to Help Finance Resilience Against Mega Disasters. So, Dr. Allen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to this meeting. I think it's very important, and the bringing together of seismologists, tsunami experts, hydrologists, and economists is unique. But it's very important to have such a meeting. Now, I think it's clearly very important to reflect on the lessons of the Great Kanto earthquake, especially in the light of the new challenges that we're all facing. We certainly had the hottest summer that we've experienced since records began, followed at least in Greece by torrential rain and flooding. And as we understand from Professor Heibayashi's presentation, there's good reason for this. I think that it's very important, as Professor Hayashi said, to look at people, and I think this is where the social scientists come in. And it's a good moment to reflect a bit on what we have actually learned in terms of the economics of disasters. Now, I have to say, even in 1923, it was clear that the government should intervene. Actually, Arthur Pigou published his Economics of Welfare that made this point a little bit earlier, but I understand that Japan was far in advance of the economists. In 1923, in fact, the Bank of Japan intervened in the markets, actually discounting bills of companies who actually didn't exist, but which clearly had a lot of potential and which subsequently were able to recover and recover and develop the economy. Now, what have we learned? I think there are two very big lessons. The first one is in terms of the most important thing is to be as prepared as possible in advance. Using the Clifford Hollings concept of resilience, I think we have now a good way of looking at preparedness and how and what are the key elements in terms of reacting to the initial shock, in terms of then planning the recovery, and in particular, as Professor Hayashi mentioned this morning, the notion of transformative resilience. When there's a very big shock, you've got to consider very big out-of-the-box alternatives, collective protection, possible relocation, possible decentralization. I think the second lesson that we've learned, and this has been developed a lot, and this is what I want to talk about, is the need to unlock the power of the private sector financing and how to design appropriate incentives or economic instruments to be able to, appropriate economic instruments to be able to stimulate the private sector. And why do we need this? Well, obviously we need insurance when something goes wrong. This allows risk transfer and us to finance a faster recovery. But secondly, also the private sector provides the potential to innovate and develop new potentials, new technologies, as was talked about earlier, and substantially reduce costs. And then thirdly, actually, private investment decisions provide big complementarities if you can influence them, because once you design new requirements, for instance, on building regulations, that can apply to all new investments. Well, in what I have to say today, I would like to look at where Japan actually is in terms of developing economic instruments. I think it's very important because, frankly, Japan is the most advanced country in terms of disaster management. And from our point of view, it's very interesting to see what has been done, but also to think a little bit about where we could go further. And so to do that, I want to look at 4 elements and 4 sets of agents. One is households, second is small businesses, the third is local authorities, and the fourth is large companies and banks. So first of all, household insurance and households. Japan is unique in the world in having set up an earthquake insurance scheme very early in 1966. This successfully provides a reasonable degree of earthquake protection now for about 50% or more of households. But how successful has the scheme been in actually stimulating additional investments in home retrofitting? Looking at the earthquake insurance figures, it's certainly been partly successful. Some 8% of households specifically benefit from household discounts for retrofitting, but 31% of households don't have any discounts, whilst the great majority of households, the other 60%, get a discount, but only since their houses have been built since 1981, whereas the new building regulations were introduced in 2005. Maybe it would be possible to look at those discounts. Perhaps more worryingly is that when earthquake premium were initially fixed, they were fixed at prefectural level. Since 2005, there's much better data, I suppose, on hazards that are published. Now, I know there's been some discussion on the past about whether premia were too high in low-risk areas, but actually looking at the data now suggests something rather paradoxical. And this is a graph of the premia in each of the provinces for Class B buildings, with the wooden buildings, and the take-up rates. And as you can see, what's sort of interesting is that in the middle range, the earthquake insurance rates are quite high, but at the top end, they're actually rather lower. And these are the most risky areas. So I think what's interesting then is to think, well, why might that be? And I guess one possible reason might be actually the premia in these high-risk areas might present a rather too optimistic view of actual earthquake risks. But in any case, it seems to me that it would be certainly worth looking at the setting of rates. Now, I've provided in the slide a few suggestions, but I thought I should move on to some other areas. The first is small businesses. I think that small businesses take-up is very low. They're outside the scope of the scheme. But it's obviously very important for small businesses to have insurance, and it would be possible to consider that and consider, from our point of view, why that isn't the case. I'd just like to mention two areas which I think are quite important, where perhaps some international experience would be quite useful. One is the need to stimulate coherent local area approaches to disaster management. I think that we know that this is the way to build defences and confidence. One idea trialled very successfully in the UK and subsequently in Canada for urban development purposes was to hold competitions for a limited amount of public subsidy. Local authorities and local businesses then would propose a set of investment projects, part funded by the private sector, part funded by the subsidy. And these competitions have been very successful in getting local areas to bring forward public partnerships, which I understand has been a problem in Japan. And I think that in particular, such projects might be a very good way to deliver the high-cost infrastructures, such as tsunami protection. I think for businesses, collective protection is much cheaper and much more reliable. And the benefits for municipalities is that increased attraction of investment into their areas which are perceived to be more safe. Finally, I think I should mention one further set of issues, which is about what to do when there may be a mega disaster, and how transformational resilience might work there. I think that what has been discussed earlier has been the potential for mega disasters affecting core business areas of the country. In this case, large companies in the financial sector would face major disruptions to their businesses, supply chains and operations. In fact, the Bank of Japan has already signaled concerns about the need to ensure business continuity in these circumstances. Well, transformative resilience would suggest the opportunity for some more substantial decentralization of government, finance, corporate management, manufacturing and R&D might be warranted. Investments needed to accelerate this decentralization would need careful planning. But actually, Canada, again, has shown a possible way forward with the development of small, new regional cities with about 100,000 population, with government infrastructure spending reinforced by private investments. And these have been linked with industrial developments and research and development through developing supercluster challenges to develop effectively new regional business clusters. In Japan, such an initiative would need innovative urban planning of new small cities, combined with a scheme of tax incentives for decentralized investments. But nevertheless, the potential to restart regional economies with excellent environment for families, with high quality urban design, sustainability and natural disaster resilience would be quite attractive in its own right. And it could certainly attract new private investments with a small top up from government investment spending. So what I've suggested, I think, is that private financing could play an important role in preparing for natural disasters. The problem with natural disasters is that they're far off. There's a low probability of it happening within the time frame of the next government, and therefore finding funding to deal with them is quite difficult. The use of private financing, I think, could make a very big difference. And this is a tool, it would be something that could turn around the issues about natural disaster funding. As I say, businesses would like this because it would protect them. At the moment, they have big savings. The insurance companies would be very interested, particularly the reinsurance companies, because they have big risks outstanding in Japan. And as you know, the Japanese insurance companies have started to diversify into the rest of the world. And for municipalities, this would be also very, very important. It would actually enable them and the people living in the municipalities to have the feeling that they were more secure and that they were more organized. And it would also give recognition for municipalities that want to take things further forward. So thank you very much for listening to my presentation, and thank you very much for inviting me to the conference.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. So now we move on to the panel discussion. Let me just move to the podium. Okay, we'll move on to the panel discussion. Let me just explain our plan. First, I'll take a question to individual presentation, okay, or individual presentation. Then I'll ask questions to the panelists. Then for the two rounds, then we welcome your comments or opinion. So first, I'll take a question, but again, let's keep on the individual presentation, not the general comments. Okay? Any questions for individual presentation? Dr. Nishikawa-san?
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentations. I have one, I will say, comment for the presentation by Chris Allen, because you have mentioned the insurance. In Japan, we have incentivized special low interest loans for private companies, small businesses, and for individuals. And these are conducted by for the major companies, it's the Development Bank of Japan, and it's subsidized. It has a special subsidized, very low interest loan to encourage private companies to invest beforehand for disaster reduction and BCP. And also some local banks, and also for the very small businesses, the Tokyo Metropolitan Government and the local credit union has newly developed a very special low interest loan for the very small businesses. And it directly encourages investment for retrofitting of warehouses, factories, and shops. And I guess that's more direct than to using the insurance mechanism, because it really provides funding for the investment beforehand. Thank you.
Do you want to comment? Oh, yeah.
So thank you very much. This was the sort of feedback that I very much appreciate, because I think that for small firms, these are very important in Europe, and to actually understand how small firms protect themselves is very good. I can understand that such loans and tax incentives, I understand as well, exist, are very important. I guess the only issue is that arose quite a lot in the Great East Japan earthquake, was that many firms that didn't have insurance found themselves in very difficult situations, even if they had retrofitted, and even if they had a very good business plan, because without insurance, of course, and in the presence of either disruptions to utilities or disruptions also to their supply chain, then it's very difficult for them to continue to exist. At least this is what I've seen mentioned in the literature about Japan, and certainly it would apply in Europe, where small firms, I think, would be in extremely difficult circumstances in such cases. But maybe the banking system helps and is the solution here. Thank you very much anyway for your comment.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay.
Hello, and thank you for your presentations. My question is for Professor Hirabayashi. I was impressed with your presentation that really showed the connection between the scientific research and the resulting policies here in Japan. And in your presentation, you were very clear that taking a retrospective view, looking backwards, that Japan was able to adapt going forward. And so I'm curious, from your research and your situation, how do you see the research enterprise being providing input and being able to inform the policies of Japan related to climate change and some of the natural disasters you foresee?
Thank you very much for your question. So the main target of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is that we do research and then integrate the latest information to form a report for policymakers to understand what's happened and what should we do, decide by themselves. And of course, Japanese government try to understand current situation and now started, for example, the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transportation, Tourism has changed their river management plan considering the future warming situation and heavy rainfall increase, for example. But still it's far away, and the key point is the uncertainty. So our computer simulation has a range of the different projections, and how to get the plan based on such kind of the range of uncertainty is really challenging.
May I ask a follow-up question? So in the United States, where I come from, there is a limited political will and a limited ability for some of the policymakers to be able to absorb the information that we produce on the academic side. And I'm wondering, how does that experience work here in Japan?
Well, I think that we are now experiencing increasing of heat wave, hot days, and heavy rainfall. And that's not happened when I started this research 20 years ago. But nowadays, people or the Japanese government realize, it's ongoing, and now it's changing.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, then if none, let's move on to the panel discussion. As I mentioned that I will ask the questions, actually I on the main discussion on the projected hazard disaster in the future. That's our topic in this session. So I have 4 questions. What are the scientific or technological developments in the last 100 years? And to what extent can we forecast future hazard disasters? And what are the limitations and what is not yet possible or uncertainties? Then third one is how can we scientists communicate them, the above, with the society? And the last question is what are the possible actions of the society, both public and private sectors? Of course, we don't have time for the individual. So let me combine first and second questions. What are the scientific developments and what are the limitations and uncertainties? Then I ask around the speakers. Then we come back for the questions 3 and 4 in the second round. Okay. So let me ask for the first. Let me ask for the Iwaki-san first. You want to show the slide?
Yeah. Okay. Yes. In my presentation, I have explained about the development of the technology, scientific research and technology in the last 100 years. And so the limitation and the biggest challenge in predicting ground motion and any other natural phenomena that we have never experienced before in history is the management of various uncertainties. So regarding this, the seismology, the first largest uncertainty exists in the nature of earthquake itself, I believe. So we have to learn from the experience, but unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, large earthquake do not occur very frequently. So this figure shows the strong motion database for KNet and KICnet since 1996. So it has more than 1 million event records, and it's plotted with source to site distance in the x-axis and the magnitude in the y-axis. So we can see that this distribution is somehow biased. So we can see that we lack the near fault, which is a short distance and large magnitude data. So so even if we have the most powerful seismic observation networks in the world, as I explained in my presentation, we still don't have enough data for a large earthquake and near fault data. So more effort is needed to reduce the uncertainties in the prediction model. So an alternative way is to produce the data by simulations, running simulations, but large uncertainty also exists in the simulations. So we have to constrain the conditions that's used in the simulations by based on scientific knowledge.
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Koshimura, the same question?
Yes. Same question. Okay. I think Iwaki-san showed very insightful information on the natural understanding of natural disaster. And then let me emphasize more on the uncertainties of the disaster processes. So this is what I'm showing here is how the uncertainties are greater and greater in the phase of disaster management. So after disaster occurrence, we are facing the many uncertainties. The first we are facing is the understanding the hazard extent. So those have the great uncertainty. But after that, let me emphasize that we have more greater uncertainties in terms of the structural performance and even the exposure and then how we respond and then the recovery. So those I'm showing that we have in the process of disaster management, we have the greater uncertainties, the process of how societies are going. So let me emphasize on the great uncertainty recovery. In the morning, Takemura-san showed a great, very good example, the branch of the pathways of the national policies, using the example of the recovery policy after World War II. I think that I'm pretty impressed about how the branch is working because if Takemura-san's suggestion is right, and then how our national government choose the other policies, considering the more importance of the the public management, I think we are going to the different way or taking the different pathway. So that's, I'm suggesting there should be a branch of our pathway. So the point is how we focus the future, and then also how we take a look at each of the branch to choose which is the right way to for the policy or for the disaster resilience. So that's, I think that's the function, one of the functionality of the simulation, or the functionality of the convergence of knowledge of our societies.
Thank you. Dr. Hirabayashi?
So the advance, as I said in my presentation, the advances in computer technology allow us to assess the low frequency weather-related hazards. And I just repeat the main challenges, uncertainty in the climate simulation. So I say that it is a bit difficult to start the real action before we really experience. But the climate change is ongoing, so we need to respond to disasters never experienced before. And also the uncertainty future depends on whether the Ministry of Finance, invest or not. So, but the countermeasure for such kind of situation is that we scientists need to show our latest knowledge together with uncertainty and discuss and then try to find the best way to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chris?
Okay. Maybe I could just answer your question from the markets.
Okay.
I think that, as you know, catastrophe bonds have expanded quite greatly, and Japanese firms have used them with the private sector quite a lot. I would say, as I understand the developments in the market now, there are some concerns about the secondary effects or the secondary claims based on the primary claims, partly because of the climate change implications. So there is clearly an issue there. On the other hand, I understand that Japan only has a small share of the market in the catastrophe bonds, and that Japanese things like earthquakes are very different from the general market. So it may mean that Japan can still access markets. It's an alternative approach.
Okay. Thank you. That partly goes to the second question, but for the first one, the common thing is there exist uncertainties for the unforeseen future events, and also the change and possible climate change, for example, we never experienced before. So there are some uncertainties, and then one way is just to make simulations for the future, for the future event. Any comments or questions for this point? Okay, Professor Tatano.
Yeah, I have a little skeptical view for the simulation, and because experienced or kind of expectation, if we can work, it works. Then the simulation we can develop a kind of the overview of the different situations, but unforeseen, some unknown factors. It's not very easy for us to include into the simulation. So of course, that is very, very critical comments, but maybe some of like kind of even economic crisis modelings, actually now let's say average ones, and also the kind of the stress tests, but maybe very extreme cases can be included to test our coping capacity to that event. So maybe we should also include such a kind of, let's say, experiments or more challenging things like unforeseen factor. I cannot derive, but maybe very few, but not very, not ordinarily included. That's such a kind of challenge we should tackle with. That is my comments for this But if you, especially Koshimura-san, if you have some opinion for the established tsunami simulation, don't you have any reaction for that?
Short answer. I totally agree with your comment. And then, so because the simulation of natural hazards based on, we are running a simulation based on the specific equation of the hydrodynamic equations specifically. So in that sense, we are doing that. But I totally agree with how we see the unforeseen consequences. That I believe that part of this, we can solve that by using the series of the simulation. But my concern, a great concern is on the social aspects, or how we respond to that consequences of natural hazards. I think that's a part of the great uncertainty of the unforeseen disaster processes. Thank you.
Well, I think one way to deal with this ensemble experiment that Hirabayashi-san want to comment on?
Yeah, about the climate experiment, we try to model based on physics and observations. And even though we run the model in the similar situation in the paleoclimate in the past, and then we try to evaluate the model whether such kind of the extreme condition will be projected or reproduced in the model. But the same as the professor, that we also have a high uncertainty for the human activity. So for the impact regarding to the impact assessment. But for the climate change, we try to integrate our knowledge based on the observation of the paleoclimate signals. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so time is running out. So let me go to this second round of question. How can we communicate such uncertainties and limitations with the society, and what are possible action for the society, both public and private sectors? So Iwaki-san, you want to start? Huh? Oh.
Okay. About the National Seismic Hazard Map, I know this is still too technical, but after the lessons from 2011 Tohoku earthquakes, NID started to release the hazard maps for longer return period. That's shown in the right-hand bottom side of the slide. So usually we release the hazard maps for 30 years or 50 years, but after this earthquake, we started to focus more on the longer 1,000, 10,000, and 100 years, 100,000 years return period, because in order to focus on more, not just for the people's life and house, private house, but also for the sustainable society and important facilities. So that's one thing we have changed after the earthquake. So that's one comment.
Thank you. Dr. Koshimura?
Actually, I don't have a perfect answer for that, but I think this kind of opportunity is very good to discuss the limitation of science and technology. Especially in the aftermath of the natural disasters, we are facing very difficult situations, and then we don't have much time to decide everything. So in that sense, the limitation of time and resources, I think it's good to discuss how much of the science technology can be useful or used in that limited amount of time and resources. So I think this is going to be a good start. And thinking about that, also I think we can discuss that limitation of the warning information or reliability of the warning information to save lives. Having that, I think the general public says, I hope that we all understand the limitations of the science technology and how we overcome that uncertainties to save lives.
Private sector.
Sector? Yes, private sector. Okay. In terms of the disaster management, we still believe that having a countermeasure of disaster management is the discussion of the cost. But I think it's we discussed in United Nations World Conference. We we should have the investment from for the disaster management. So in that sense, I think we need some more discussions on how we transfer the discussion that cost to disaster management to creating the value or creating the benefits. So I think that's the perspective of the private sectors, how we invest to disaster management. And then I think the critical thing is that to be resilient or to be sustainable, private sectors have to be more productive and about earning more money to produce the benefits to the society. So I think it's a great important.
Okay, thank you.
Point.
Thank you. Dr. Hirabayashi?
Yes, in our field, we are trying to communicate with the society or private company for long to understand the risk of climate change. And also that is not only risk, but that is also a chance to enhance their productivity or the resilience on this risk and in facing of these risks. But still, I'm not sure about the quick answer of your question. That is really challenging. But as I said, that providing the precise information as well as the limitation to everyone is the most important.
Okay, thank you. Actually, this is not the only topic. I mean, tomorrow we have a continuation of this kind of topic. But finally, Chris?
Yeah, just 2 points. I think perhaps more emphasis should be placed on the business continuity issue. I mean, central banks are already looking at this issue in relation to the banking sector, possible risks. There's talk of green swans, as they call it, the risks from climate change. And obviously, in the case of Japan, the risks from earthquakes need to be built into that equation as well. And therefore, I do think also for companies who face similar issues of business continuity, this issue of decentralization and alternatives is a very important thing to examine. And I think the other thing is actually, in a sense, incentives. I mean, as we've discovered with climate change, you need some initial incentives to move things along. And there is a public interest actually in providing some incentives for innovation in certain sectors, and that's also something that I think is worth looking at. And that's not just a Japanese issue. I think it's certainly a European issue, and well, the Americans are already are already investigating this. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Although the time is up, do you have any comments or a question from the floor? Okay, go
ahead. Thank you. Learned a lot, inspired by the panelists. I just want to make a very brief comments about the private sector, that the roles in disaster risk reduction. We have we have looked on the financial sector, the insurance and so on. These are the important mechanism, and there has been successful cases, especially related with cyclone, typhoon, this kind of disasters. And geological hazard is probably more difficult. But I think we probably need to also look on the other aspect, that how the technology or industries can provide new services, new equipment, new materials, and so on, that in the urban development, in societies. Let's take the rescue or emergency response. We will need much better effective tools and instruments. So this actually the disaster risk reduction itself, some estimate this is a huge development sector. So this is the field that the private sectors, the companies may invest actually a lot of innovative solutions like the monitoring, data collection, supporting things that can be developed. So it's also a development opportunities, not just a problem. Just a brief comment on that.
Thank you. We have a more discussion, I think, in tomorrow, but Professor Himiam, please bring the microphone. Now we have two microphones.
Yes, I'm Yukio Himiyama. One thing I want to mention now is the role of education. And there are 4 items on the screen, and they're all related with education. Without improving the education, none of them are achieved. And tomorrow, I hope that there is more attention to this aspect. There are a lot of things we can do and we should do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think it's okay. Okay, so actually, obviously, as I said, we have more sessions tomorrow, 2 more sessions tomorrow, and then maybe we have a similar continuation of the discussion. So, okay, I'll finish this, I'll conclude this panel discussion, and let's thank all the speakers and our panelists. Okay.